Back. Thank you. Good evening. Welcome. I'll go ahead and start the agenda for November 19th, 2014, City of Oceanside, Harbor District, and CDC. Roll call, please.
Mayor Wood,
Here.
Councilmember Feline,
Here.
Councilmember Feller,
Here.
Councilmember Kern is absent, and Deputy Mayor Sanchez is absent due to family illness.
Thank you very much. With that, City Attorney. Pardon? Later.
The council will meet in closed session to discuss item 1 on the agenda, conference with land negotiator involving the Oceanside Police Officers Association.
Thank you. If you have a phone or a pager, put it on vibrate. We'd appreciate that, and we'll get started soon. But first off, I'll ask the city clerk to have a roll call.
Mayor Wood,
Here.
Councilmember Feline, Councilmember Feller, here.
If I may, Deputy Mayor, Sanchez, father was in the hospital. I know she was delayed there, but she says she's coming with that, okay? And with that, we could start off with the consent calendar, please.
Yes, consent calendar, item number 4 has been removed. And then there are items 2 through 3 and 5 through 10.
Thank you very much. A motion out there?
I'll move approval.
Do I have a second? Please vote. Excuse me, I'm sorry. Do you have public on
No
the-
public. Mayor Wood, if you wouldn't mind voting, I'm sorry.
I read another note.
sorry.
Second.
Motion approved 3-0.
Resolution requires 3. 3 for resolution.
Anyhow, thank you. Sorry, we're discussing a note here. Appreciate it. With that, can we go to item number 11, please?
Yes, item number 11 is first quarter fiscal year 2014-2015 financial status report.
Thank you. Mr. Riley, good evening, sir. Good evening.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, City Council members. I will be presenting to you the financial status report for the first quarter ending September 30, 2014. The focus of this presentation will be on the general fund. No action is requested tonight by the City Council. Staff submits this first quarter financial statement report for review as an information-only item. So far, we're just looking at the first quarter. We're showing our revenues are currently at 13% of our budget. This is pretty typical at this time of the year due to the cyclical nature of receipts of revenue that we receive. We'll see the bigger numbers coming in the future. We get our property tax at the end of December, January, also in May, and we'll be seeing more of our sales tax information. Currently on the general fund expenditures, we're at 25% of the current budget, which is just right on. That's on the average. That's not saying for everybody to 25%, but on the average we're at 25% of our current budget. So we're progressing at a good pace so far this year. And that completes my presentation, and I'm available for any questions.
Thank you, James. Appreciate it. Will you please have a seat at the sidebar? Will you cite public on this?
No public on the side.
Back to the council. Do you have any questions or any issues? This, by the way, Deputy Mayor, you're here now. This is item number 11. I see none on this issue, so please vote. Consent information only. Thank you, sir.
Item number 12 is adoption of a resolution authorizing Amendment 14-01 to the Transnet Program of Projects for fiscal year 2016, adding the Lot 23 Transit Parking Structure Project.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council members. The action that we're asking you to take this afternoon is to adopt a resolution amending the city's ART-TIP program to include $2.5 million of Transnet funds for the development of the Lot 23 parking structure project. which, if you recall, back in August, you approved a disposition and acquisition agreement whereby the city purchased the property from the successor agency for $800,000. That action was previously approved by both the successor agency and the Department of Finance, and that concludes the state's involvement in the overall development of that particular piece of property. What we have before us today is an additional funding mechanism that we had identified for you back then as well, where we're using $6 million in stranded bond proceeds from prior redevelopment bonds, along with the $2.5 million of Transnet money, and an additional $1.5 million from reimbursement from Pelican Properties, who are in the process of preparing entitlement plans for the parking structure project, which will be 405 to 460 roughly public parking spaces. Will also include approximately 38 residential units and 10,000 square feet of commercial, as is required by the 9-block master plan. We will still be in the process of preparing, and we'll be bringing a final development and disposition agreement between the city and Pelican Properties for the design-build process for both the parking structure and the residential and commercial units, along with the management and maintenance plans. But this action today will complete the funding obligations in order to move forward with the overall project. Your action is just for the Transnet project portion of the project. The bond proceeds have already been allocated by both the successor agency and approved by the Department of Finance. So with that, if you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer them.
Thank you, Peter. Have a seat. Sidebar. Public comment?
No public comment.
Back to the council. And Deputy Mayor, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Understanding this is really just limited to adding Lot 23's transit parking structure, I'm going to go ahead and move approval.
Do you have a second? Second. Thank you. We do. Any other discussion? Councilmember Feller, please. No? Okay. Please vote.
Motion approved 4-0.
Thank you, Mr. Cleary. Can you have a moment, please? 13.
Item number 13 is authorization to use the city's fleet replacement fund to pay for the replacement of a police department harbor unit vessel in the amount of $500,000 within the current fiscal year, as a loan to be repaid from the harbor fund in an amount of $28,003 annually over a 20-year authorized period.
Thank you. With that, Captain O'Neills, how are you, sir?
Doing well, sir. Thank you, Mayor Wood, council members. In 1984, we placed into service one of our crystal liners, a 29-foot rescue vessel. It was built by the manufacturer for a 20-year lifespan. We are now in year 30 with this vessel. Prior to the police department taking over the harbor functions, the harbor did not have a replacement fund set aside for vessels or vehicles. In fiscal year 12-13, we did establish a replacement fund for vehicles. We've not yet done so for vessels. This vessel is in need of replacement. In today's dollars, it's close to a $500,000 expense. What we're proposing is the use of the fleet management fund as a loan to pay for the replacement of this particular vessel, and for that loan to be repaid from the harbor fund over a 20-year amortized period. This matter has been reviewed extensively by the Harbor and Beaches Advisory Committee, and they did vote unanimously in favor of what we are recommending. I'd be happy to take any questions that you may have.
I have none at this time. We'll have a sidebar, but who is the lieutenant in charge of the harbor right now?
I'm sorry.
Who is the lieutenant in charge of the harbor now?
That would be Lieutenant Karen Laser.
Could you bring her forward for the introduction? Thank you. Hi, Karen. I'll make sure the public understands she's in charge of the harbor district down there right now. Karen, how are you?
I'm very well, and you?
Thank you very much. We'll make sure everybody has a live on TV to get to see who you are besides the captain. And I appreciate it. I'm certainly guessing you are in need of a boat or in replacement down there.
Yes, we are.
Thank you, I appreciate it. And have a seat at sidebar both here while we see it public.
No public on site.
Back to the council, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This was discussed at the Harbor and Beaches Advisory Committee, and yes, they did vote to support this request from the police department. However, they also requested that we actually have this paid out of funds that would be coming back to them should the funds for the pumping station be taken over by the water department. So basically, there's about $300,000, $400,000 that they're asking to have the water department take over the expense. This was brought before the council, I believe, at the last council meeting, perhaps the council meeting before, where there was a understanding or of sorts between with the city council, city staff, that the water department would take over these projects once they were rehabilitated. And there are only 2 left. There is not enough money in the fund to be able to pay for those. This item itself, as was discussed or presented by staff, was not included in the budget. So this is definitely a shortfall. And in order to make the harbor and beaches, the harbor budget whole, we'd have to do something. And so while I move approval, I'm also asking that we direct staff to come back with that funding mechanism.
Thank you, I appreciate that. Before I go to the second, Mr. City Manager, if you want to address any of that, please.
Thank you, Mayor, council members.
Mike.
If I could maybe trade one.
Is your mic on?
It is now. If I could tag on to what the Deputy Mayor had to say just a little bit. This boat it's a very expensive boat, as is the other one that needs to be replaced eventually in 2020-something, 2022. They're $500,000 a piece, and the Deputy Mayor's correct. They were not included in the rate structure when that was done as part of the capital project program. So this comes as a bit of surprise for the Harbor Advisory Committee and probably everybody else. Occasionally things get overlooked. And the trade-off was a consideration which we need to bring back to you for your discussion, and we will. For the pump stations, you've not made a decision on that yet, and I think that we need to bring that back as a separate decision item for you. Right now, the police department is recommending that we go ahead and replace one of the 2 boats, the one that's the oldest, and we're asking the council to consider the funding just for that one boat. They're also recommending, since we know that there's another boat that needs to be replaced, that we consider starting to set money aside for that second boat. And we need to look at that, but that's not being asked right now. We will bring that back as part of the budget and the consideration for the capital items for next year for the harbor, along with the recommendation for the funding of the lift stations at that time, if that's okay. So the only thing we're really asking for right now, and you could correct me if I'm wrong, is the money to replace this one boat, and that it be borrowed from the fleet and replaced. That money would be paid back over 20 years. By the way, our fleet manager's staying in the back. Wave at us, Jeff.
Hi, Jeff.
Hi, Jeff. I don't know if he has anything he wants to say. He probably just wants to make sure he gets his money back in the fleet budget. But it's proposed that that money be paid back out of the harbor funds over a 20-year period right now. And you can change that when we bring the capital budget back at a later date.
Thank you for explaining that, because I want to make sure it was the motion adding the issue of replacement. That's going to be to staff to come back to us. That's fine.
Yes, that's what I was asking, directing staff to bring that back.
I'll second the motion as it stands, number 1. Number 2, if I may, to them. what do we do with the old boat? I know it still has new motors and operates. Do we sell these, or what do we do, or trade them off to some other agency, or do you know?
There are two of the three rescue boats that we do have are tied to grant funding. So we will have to maneuver our way through that process with the granting agency for disposal purposes or for disposition purposes. We may not necessarily be able to sell them outright and recover monies. Some of those will likely have to go back to the original granting agency.
Thank you. The other question I had, how about with Homeland Security? I know they gave us a nice boat. Any other secondary aspects, get another boat from them?
We were unsuccessful a couple of months ago with a grant application to acquire another boat. Each time those opportunities come up, we are going to make another run at it. But this last time, we were not successful.
The reason I ask is we had a U.S. Coast Guard cutter assigned here. Now it's no longer here for covering the large area we have from San Diego to Dana Point. I thought maybe they'd be involved in getting us a secondary boat here. So thank you. I'm glad you're looking into it. I appreciate that. With that, I'll go ahead and, Councilmember Feller, please.
Well, I can't second that if you're keeping the motion part in about taking it out of the water department. That's not
That's not the motion.
Well, that's what you said, so.
I said directing staff to bring that back to that.
Bring it back. Oh, I don't think you can intersperse water against this. So I think you're directing staff to look into funding opportunity. Is that what you're doing?
Maybe Mr. Mayor, if I could clarify.
You may.
We need to come back to the council with a funding recommendation for the lift stations. When this council made a decision on the lift stations, we held the funding. We're going ahead with the project, but we held the funding aside and said we need to come back. That was proposed to come out of the harbor budget. But right now, that's held in advance. We need to bring that back to you for determination. And it so happens that the cost of the lift stations is about what these boats are.
Close to it for this one.
So that will be a dilemma for you for your consideration later. But right now, we're just asking you to replace the harbor boat with a loan from the fleet replacement fund that will be paid back out of harbor monies.
Okay. As long as
we'll bring that other
as long as
decision
that's
back.
clearly understood. And I hope you just don't turn that boat over to a slip renter for a live aboard, because they probably won't move it for the next 100 years. So anyway, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Fellaini, please.
Thank you. Just a couple questions for my education here on the Harbor Fund. Other than slip rentals, what other sources of revenue go into that fund?
Mr. City Manager, I guess.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor.
25%.
Yeah, it's probably about 75% slip fees. We have parking revenues that are shared equally with the city who maintains the lots. We have rent from the different establishments that are down there, and that's the primary source, collective source, is the rents from the different establishments that are down there, the parking fund. But 75% of it is the slip runners.
Okay, and does this boat do anything outside the harbor in terms of participating in beach rescues or anything that would, because I guess my question is to be comfortable that the harbor should bear the full brunt of this cost and that that's a legitimate request. And if it's, the overwhelming majority of its duties are inside the harbor, then that would be legit. But if it participates on some fairly regular basis for activities outside the harbor, obviously a future city council, I think, should address that allocation.
Again, through the mayor, it does get involved in rescues outside the harbor, and I think that needs to be a consideration. There are a lot of services that are provided by police and fire and lifeguards, both inside and outside the harbor, And I think that that needs to be looked at in more detail. And it's one of the things that's been brought up with the Harbor Advisory Committee. For next year's budget, we're going to try and isolate those things so that we know exactly what is the responsibility of the Harbor Enterprise Fund. But there are a number of things on the other side that the harbor enjoys that they don't pay for, which is all the other services that are available, standby for police services, backup, special units. So there's a lot of things that they're able to take advantage of that they're not charged for. I'm not exactly sure how you wash that, but we'll list all those things and have some discussions about it.
Yeah, and obviously we should make our best efforts to make sure it's a standalone operation, both in terms of what they benefit from and what they're getting stuck with. And then the other part of my question is, if we're putting the money aside now to pay, or I should say we're paying off the boat we're buying now, we need to obviously be putting aside money in addition to what's proposed here for the boat that needs to be replaced in 20 years. Now, is that going to be incorporated in a future budget? Because you just mentioned, or was just mentioned about putting aside money for the second boat that needs to be replaced, but, so...
Again, through the mayor, we do need to look at that. I don't know what the answer is right now. Perhaps the city will do the same thing we're doing now in 2022, when the other boat needs to be replaced, is to borrow the money from the vehicle replacement fund and pay for it on a go-forward basis. Our practice for our vehicles, and not every city does it this way, our practice for the vehicle replacement fund is that we set aside the money for the replacement of the vehicle, and when the time comes, it's there. A lot of cities simply replace them and pay for them at the time of replacement, and they don't have those set-aside funds.
Right.
I don't know what the answer is, and I don't know what the capability is for the harbor fund. And we do need to look at that, but it certainly is a point well taken, council member.
And then my next question for clarification is, are we voting on 28,000 or 32,000?
I'll let Lisa answer that, but the way it was written, it looks like 28,000, although later in the report it shows up as 32.
Well, and therein lies my question.
Hi, Councilmember Flynn, I can answer that for you. The loan itself is paid back over a 20-year period based on that $28,000 a year amount. To set aside money for the replacement, the difference between that 28 and 32,000 is based on the fact that over the life of the boat, we know we're going to have to replace engines at certain intervals. We know we're going to have to do computer upgrades at certain intervals. So that was built into a proposed replacement dollar amount. That's why you see the difference in those two. If you were to consider now establishing a replacement fund, our recommendation would be the amount that you see in there at 32 roughly per boat. But for purposes of today, we are simply asking about authorization to use the fleet replacement fund for the 1984 vessel that is due.
So the $10,000 difference is just information to adjust the slip rates and other harbor fees for the future to create this replacement fund?
Well, I understand, council member, again through the mayor, what you're saying. I don't think that I'm in a position to tell you that this would affect the rates going forward one way or the other right now, because there's so many variables.
Right.
There are things that could be adjusted to accommodate that small dollar amount.
Okay. And then my last question, will taking out $500,000 from the fleet fund, even though it's paid back over 20 years, will that impair any near-term plans that we were planning to use that fund for?
If you wouldn't mind, I'll let the fleet manager answer that. Come on down, Jeff. How much money you got in the bank?
That's right, how much you've got, let us have it.
This is Jeff Hart. I think most of you know him, our fleet manager.
Honorable Mayor and council members, currently we have about $17 million in the fleet replacement fund. If, and a little bit more than that, if the police department borrowed $500,000, it wouldn't significantly impact it. We collect every month, so to speak, on a yearly basis for vehicle replacement, so we've got it dialed in pretty tight, so you guys will be fine.
Okay, great. That answers my question. Thank you.
Thank you. With that, no further questions, please vote.
Motion approved 4-0.
Thank you all, appreciate it. Thank you, Jeff. Mr. Clerk, we have a moment, 14, please.
Yes, item number 14 is approval of a local project participant agreement with Levenheim Municipal Water District for the North County, San Diego County Regional Recycled Water Project. Authorization for the Water Utilities Department to accept grant funds in the amount of $345,200 redistributed by Levenheim Municipal Water District from the California Department of Water Resources, and authorization for the city manager or designee to execute all documents related to LPPA and grant funds.
Thank you very much, Ms. Dale. Good evening.
Good evening, Mayor, Deputy Mayor, and council members. Before you tonight, for your consideration, is the local project participants agreement. Since 2010, the city has been participating as part of a regional effort to plan for the treatment and use of recycled water in North San Diego County. The group's goals are to expand the use of recycled water, and in particular within the North County. The group, called the North San Diego County Regional Recycled Water Coalition, has spent the last few years developing a facility plan report, which is being used as the basis for local, state, and federal funding opportunities. The group includes partners as shown on the screen. All parties purvey water and have an interest in expanding the use of recycled water within their boundaries. The group has been successful in securing $4.9 million in state funding through Proposition 84. This 2006 initiative authorized the state of California to sell $5.4 billion in bonds for flood control and water projects. Money from the state is allocated through locally controlled integrated regional water management groups who conduct water resources planning for the San Diego region. Oceanside has been participating as an appointed representative to the group for the past 3 years, and in doing so has a voice in recommending projects for funding to the State Department of Water Resources. Money obtained to date is being used for the facilities plan, for environmental documentation, for outreach, as well as for construction. As a side note, the recently passed California Water Bond authorized $7.4 billion in bonds, $52 million of which will go to future IRWM projects such as the one being considered this evening. The Local Project Participant Agreement, or LPP, is a mechanism intended to ensure that the work elements as proposed by each project partner in the grant application are completed to an acceptable standard. Grant funding is on a reimbursement basis. The Water Authority functions as the grantee in administering the funds to the local project partner. The North County sponsor and lead agency for the group is the Levenheim Municipal Water District. Oceanside share of this LPP is $345,200. The LPP must be executed if Oceanside intends to use the grant funds. Staff's recommendation is to approve the local project participant agreement with the Levenheim Municipal Water District, accept the grant funds in the amount of $345,200, and authorize the city manager to authorize all documents. With that, I'll be at the side for questions.
Thank you. Have a seat, sidebar. Appreciate it, Kerry. Public?
No public.
Back to City Council. Deputy Mayor, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll move approval and accept the grant funds.
Thank you. I'll second that. Thank you. Please vote. Excuse me. Wait, Mr. Feller, I'm sorry.
Thank you. Grant funds are where does Department of Water Resources get money to grant us money?
They're through the sale of bonds from the state of California.
And who pays for the bonds for the state of California?
The taxpayers.
So we're getting money back, giving money to ourselves.
Through the mayor, you can you can choose to accept the grant, or you can choose to reject the grant, and the money will go to other people.
I get that.
Okay.
And just my thought process is, when does it end that we can't be doing all of these things for the city on our own?
Well, the grant, I mean the water bond issue, was qualified around clean water. $5.4 billion is huge. A bulk of that money is being spent in Northern California to protect the water resources and for future delivery to Southern California. I think that our part of it is to do what we can do to capture and reuse what we have in this area already. It's a very small part of the total bond issue, is it not? And it is something that merits us looking at. Whether we pay it or the state gives us the money to pay it, it's critical right now that we look into this. And I understand what you're saying when the end of, whether it's for libraries or it's for parks or it's for clean water, it all comes out of the taxpayer's pocket. And I'm not sure if that's attributed back towards the general fund for the state or it's additional. I don't think it's additional. I think the general fund for the state has to pay this back, but I'm not sure. Do you know that?
Yeah, I don't know the mechanism. I do know through this program, $52.5 million of that $5.4 billion are available specifically to the San Diego region.
Well, and I'm just, I guess I can't say I'm proud to sit here and say my 5-year-old great-grandson gets to pay this off. So anyway, but I'll accept it.
Please vote.
Motion approved, 4-0.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Clerk, I'm going to jump ahead to item number 26, which you'll be in charge of on the same.
Honorable Mayor, Member City Council. Item number 26 is adoption of resolution amending the 2014 meeting schedule dates and times for the regular meetings of the City Council to cancel the December 9th, 2014, and instead report the results of the general municipal election and swear in the newly elected officials at the regularly scheduled City Council meeting on December 3rd, 2014 at 4 p.m. in accordance with Elections Code Section 10262 through 10265. So most of the council members have been addressed on this particular item. Originally, we had scheduled December 9th was going to be the swearing-in ceremony for the elected council members, but as a result of us looking at the code from the San Diego County Registrar, the code states that no later than the next regularly scheduled meeting, the city clerk is, no later than this next regularly scheduled meeting, the city clerk shall certify the results to the governing body, and the next meeting would be December 3rd. I believe that Attorney Mullen has addressed the majority of the council members on this item, and we're pretty much legally obliged to support it. So that's all I have to report, and any questions that you have, please feel free to ask.
Thank you very much, Mr. Clerk. And do we have a public on that by chance? Back to the council, Deputy Mayor, I see your light on.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I see our new council members seem to be here. So, yeah, I had asked about this because we always seem to have the results before the next meeting, and as it is this year. So I'm going to go ahead and move adoption of the resolution, and I look forward to our swearing in on December 3rd.
I'll second. And no further questions from the council, and motion and a second to adopt the resolutions. Please vote.
Motion approved 4-0.
Thank you very much, Mr. Clerk. I appreciate that. If we could go back to city council reports.
Mayor Wood.
Thank you. The only one I want to say is thank you, ladies and gentlemen out there that worked so hard during the election season. It certainly was tough, and we see that every year. And we tease up here, call it the silly season. And I understand, but it is really important to each and every one of you in the city of Oceanside. This is your representation up here in the council, and you should be able to address us on what issues you want to do and what we should be doing for you. That's why we're here. So your turnout was outstanding, and I appreciate that you really get involved, and a lot of people in this audience got involved quite a bit. So I want to thank each and every one of you for what you did. This is the holiday season coming up for all of us for Thanksgiving and Christmas time. I wanted to say hopefully we have a wonderful holiday season. Christmas time, we have the Christmas tree lighting later on coming up here in December. Hope you'll all participate and be involved. I'm going back to the East Coast to see my daughters and my grandkids. I see the temperature back there is below 20, it looks like, with the storms. So I think I'll just send my wife and I'll stay here. No, that's all I have. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor Sanchez.
Thank you. This has actually been a kind of a rough week for our family. My dad, Louis Sanchez, had heart attack a week ago yesterday, so a week ago Monday. And he had some complications having to do with pneumonia. So he has been on the ICU since then, since pretty much driving him. He wouldn't let me call the paramedics. Driving him to the emergency room over here at Tri-City Hospital. I want to say the nurses and the doctors have been so fantastic, especially, of course, the nurses, but definitely the doctors. My dad's doctors, Amy Matayoshi and Dr. Spiegel, his renal doctor and his cardiologist, have been working with him for several years now. And then we got to meet a couple of other doctors. We got to meet Dr. Smith, who is an infectious disease specialist, and also Dr. Yamanaka, who also did a specialist in critical care. It has, as I said, it's been wonderful to have them getting my dad back into health. He's a really, really tough guy, and he's just not ready to leave us. There was also, and I have to also say thank you very much to Carolyn Foussat, Westbrook, who has been coming in pretty frequently to give support to my dad, spiritual support to my dad, and certainly all the religious Catholic individuals coming in to, talk to him. Benny Rodriguez was also ended up in the ICU, someone that my dad actually worked at Camp Pendleton for many years. So I wish Benny a quick recovery and his family all the best, because I think between our two families we had the most people coming to visit. I want to give condolences to Victor Gillen, who works for the city of Oceanside. His dad, Reuben Victor Gillen, passed away November 3rd. I unfortunately missed the services. I just didn't know, and so I'm really sorry. The Gillen family has been in Eastside since I was knee-high to a grasshopper, and their house has always been there right next to the park. And I just want to say what a great individual Reuben Victor Gillen was and continues to be in our thoughts and spiritually. So, and also who passed away and this has just been a hard time for folks from the east side. Mary Badillo. So condolences to Mary's family and, lots and lots of friends. And looking forward to my dad coming home, hopefully within a week. It's my hope. And that he gets off the ICU as much as I really appreciate all those wonderful nurses and doctors. I'd like to see him in a regular hospital bed and then, slowly getting out the door, coming back home to, bug us. But anyway, I haven't been able to attend several of the events that have been going on in Oceanside, but, I do support this community and everything that this community has given to us. Thank you.
Councilmember Foley.
Thank you. Since our last meeting, we've been proud to attend Congressman Ice's pancake breakfast that he holds every year to collect toys for the Navy League so it can be distributed to military families. Also, it was great to attend the Veterans Day ceremony held at Vance, and it's always been an honor as a city councilman to represent the city at military events and honoring men and women who've served our nation. Also, on December 3rd, we will get to celebrate the peaceful transfer of power that takes place as part of our democratic process. And we ought to all give thanks on how lucky we are to participate in a country that this type of process takes place. And it's so often taken for granted, but I would hope we all reflect a little bit on how to use the cliche that our differences are solved with ballots rather than bullets, and we should be grateful for that. And this will be my last business meeting, and as such, since I have the microphone officially, I want to comment on two issues that are near and dear to my heart for the city of Oceanside. One is the long-term financial future of our city, and the other is pensions. And I just make a friendly challenge to our new majority that's coming in that, we see over the country that many cities are getting in financial trouble because they use short-term funding to create long-term obligations. And I hope that our reserves will not be abused to create long-term obligations. So I urge our new majority coming in to prove my fears unfounded. So I will leave that little challenge. On the issue of pensions, this not only affects Oceanside, but all cities all across the country, and especially California. And I just want to give you some numbers to keep in mind. Our unfunded liability over the past 2 years has gone up from $167 million to $177 million. That's using the 7.5% discount rate, and that means that our funding, this is something that when assets are going up and the stock market's going up and real estate's recovering, your unfunded liabilities should be going down. They shouldn't be going up. And that tells you that you're not either getting honest calculations in terms of what your true liabilities are, or you're deliberately not putting enough money aside to meet those liabilities. Our termination liability has gone up. This is if we would want to buy our way out of CalPERS, but it gives you an idea of what they think our true liabilities are. Over the past 2 years, we've gone up from $471 million to $654 million. Once again, our funding liability there has gone from roughly 51% down to 46%. That's not the place you want to be when asset markets, stock markets, and real estate are on an upward trajectory. So I just leave those notes out there as the future challenge for the city. It's been an honor to be your city councilman, and as General MacArthur said, I shall return. Thank you very much.
Councilmember Feller.
Thank you. We certainly want to acknowledge the Marine Corps birthday and the Veterans Day ceremony. Was proud to be involved in both. I was glad to hear the mayor say Christmas tree lighting, instead of, the holiday tree or whatever we call it. We have the turkey trot coming up next week, and I think Promise is going to walk with me, Promise Yee from the Coast News. So, I told her to bring a wheelchair just in case. So anyway, it'll be fun to walk the route again this year. I just had a couple of things that I wanted to say that we have to be stronger towards, otherwise we will fail. The proper role of government is to protect equal rights, not provide equal things. And the other one is the highest level of prosperity occurs when there is a free market economy and a minimum of government regulations. I think as we go forward, we need to remember these things, because it's not going to be I expect a challenge in paying for pensions. I expect a challenge for surviving in the economy to come in 3 or 4 years. I think it's going to be just as tough as it was in 2007 and 8 and 9. So that's all I have. I wish my mother-in-law all the best wishes. She hasn't been out of her bedroom now for a few days, so she's 97 and is being very well attended by my sweet wife. I don't know how she does that, but it's God's will that she's living with us and getting the care that is so important for her as she goes towards the end of her life. That's all I have. Thanks.
Closed session report, please.
Thank you. The council met in closed session earlier this afternoon to discuss item 1 on the agenda, conference with labor negotiator involving the Oceanside Police Officers Association. There is no action to report on that item.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I'll take a quick break until a little after 5 o'clock. We have some things we have to set up. Number 1, we'll get back and start the second half of the council report. If you haven't been here before, out the double doors, up the stairs, water, and restrooms. A little after 5, we'll get back to recess. Until then, thank you. housekeeping wise. They could have phones or pagers put on silent vibrate. That would be nice. We'll get started here in a moment with the invocation Pledge of Allegiance. My aide will be explaining that. And we appreciate you being here. For some of you, we do some presentations and proclamations about this time. It takes a few minutes. We appreciate it, and we'll go back to the regular calendar. Thank you. Debbie, please go right ahead.
Please stand for the invocation and pledge. Tonight's invocation will be delivered by City Clerk Zach Beck, who is also the youth pastor for Gateway Community Church.
Let's bow our heads. Father, we come before you to simply say thank you. Thank you for the blessing, the privilege, the honor it is to live in this great city. We come here as individual communities who have different backgrounds, different beliefs, different presence, and different futures, but one common goal, and that is the betterment of this community. We come here tonight to seek your guidance, wisdom, and discernment as we consider the deliberations pertaining to matters related to the city. And at this time, we lift up Councilmember Feller, Councilmember Feline, Councilmember Sanchez, Councilmember Kern, who is away, and Mayor Wood, and a special prayer for Councilwoman Sanchez's father, who is ill right now. Would you continue to just provide peace and comfort and strength to him during this time, and to all members and all families and all individuals throughout the city of Oceanside. Would you just continue to be a foundation of strength and peace during every season, and especially as we come to a time of Thanksgiving. May our thanks be towards you. May our thanks be for the family and the great community of Oceanside that we reside in. In your precious name, amen.
Tonight's Pledge of Allegiance will be led by Abigail Celestino. Abigail is a 19-year-old Oceanside High School graduate and has participated in the Oceanside Police Department Explorer Program for the last year and a half.
Put hands to your right and the heart. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Appreciate it. Thank you. Stay up here for a shot. Ladies and gentlemen, the police department has an Explorer program, and it's outstanding. These are the people that later on in life will probably be some of our police officers here in our city or somewhere else getting the background, and we appreciate it. It's always nice when it's a local person that knows the city, has a lot of contacts. This young lady is one of them. Thank you for coming here to do the pledge. We appreciate it. Thank the chief when you see him next, okay? Let's hear it for her. Thank you.
Next, we have the Mayor's Business Member Spotlight with the following Oceanside Chamber of Commerce members. Please come forward. David Nyberger, President and CEO. Jan Wittenster, Chairman of the Board. And Janice Kohler, General Manager of Outback Steakhouse.
So this evening we are here to recognize Janice Kohler, who is the manager and owner of Outback Steakhouse, as the Business of the Month. And why Business of the Month? Because Janice has shown the last 16 years being the owner that she can be a very successful businesswoman and run a successful, popular place, but also to make Oceanside a better community, a better place to live in. You have been participating, driving a lot of fundraisers. You have been active in non-profit, and that is one of the biggest reasons why we think you deserve this award, because like us, we think Oceanside should be a better community to live in. We're striving for it, and you have shown to be a driving force in those 16 years to make this a better place to live. Thank you very much.
I just did want to thank you again for all that you do for the community. When I first came down here to the chamber job, one of the things that I was
fascinated by was this wonderful place you can go out, that steakhouse, and for a donation to a charity, and there are numerous ones that you've supported, that money goes right to the charity, whether it be the Women's Resource Center, the Armed Services YMCA, the Brother Benno's, Vance, KOCT. The list just goes on, and all that money goes directly back to those charities. Janice does, then Outback takes none of it. Her staff works wonderfully that day for free, and so everybody does. So that there's no reason she shouldn't be awarded this award. In fact, Janice was, in fact, the Oceanside Chamber's Business of the Year back in 2009. So congratulations on behalf of the mayor, and I appreciate your service. Thank you very, very much.
Before I pass the mic over, ladies and gentlemen, I have to follow up with the same thing. Ladies and gentlemen, if there's some organization out there that wants to have a fundraiser, needed to be any cause, they seem to go to the Outback Steakhouse, get with her. She does it for free, lets us gather the money, and a percentage of that goes to the cause, and it makes it a wonderful thing, of course. And the other one is all the waiters and waitresses work for free except tips. So we see how nice and kind you are as a great neighbor, and you always throw shrimp on the barbie for us. We appreciate that. But I think this lady is really involved in the community and giving back. So I'm happy to see that we signed this off for the month of November, or is it December? Actually, December for this, and thank you very much for all you do in the community and the neighborhood. Mike, to you, if you say nice things.
Appreciate it. Thank you guys very much. I enjoy what I do, and I enjoy all of your involvement as well. Thank you.
That's it. Thank you all. I appreciate it. Congratulations.
Thank you, sir.
Next, we have a certificate of recognition for Dana Corso, President of Action. Please come forward when I call your name. Dana Corso. Linda Rashaw, Vice President of the Manufactured Home Communities. Gary Lawrence, Vice President of the Rancho del Oro Communities. And Aaron Mullen, Vice President of Laurel Hills in the coastal communities. The City of Oceanside Certificate of Recognition honoring Dana Corso. On behalf of the Oceanside City Council, I, Mayor Jim Wood, want to recognize you for your invaluable contributions to our community as President of Action, Alliance of Citizens to Improve Oceanside Neighborhoods. In 2010, while spearheading efforts against closing Jeffries Ranch Road, Action was formed and since has grown into an organization representing 42 individual Oceanside neighborhoods. As President of Action, you listen to community leaders and find solutions to their concerns by doing research and working with city staff. Action's dedication to defeating Proposition E in 2012, protecting vulnerable seniors, veterans, and disabled persons from experiencing rent increases without limits is highly commendable. We are grateful for your selfless service to our city. Issued this 19th day of November, 2014.
Again, before I pass the mic to this lovely lady, I got to say a few nice things that aren't not just entirely into that award. I've known her for quite a while. She moved out here. She got active in politics in Oceanside because of her own neighborhood and having some issues. With that, she continued to do things in the neighborhoods. Action, they got together and got like 42 different neighborhoods to get involved in issues about their own neighborhood and that could have more power as a group, try to each one of them addressing their neighborhoods through a larger group. She did that. She's been actively involved. And I think I really wanted to give this out because of what you've done for the seniors, Mobile Home Park seniors and veterans in the city of Oceanside. You've done a lot. You've made me very proud, and I don't think there's very many seniors in Oceanside that don't know how much time you have given to them regarding their issues and causes. There's quite a few in the audience tonight, along with your board. This board also represents Omaha in a roundabout way, which is mobile home parks, not the owners, but occupants of the park. So it's been a big activity within the city of Oceanside, giving back to a lot of people. I'll let the board members say something, but I'll start off with you, and I'll take the sign out of your hand so you can do your thing, okay?
Thank you very much for this award. I am honored and proud on behalf of the board to accept this, and also the members of Action. Action is a nonpartisan grassroots community organization representing 42 Oceanside neighborhoods, and I made myself some notes because I knew I would get up here and forget everything I wanted to say, so bear with me. Our core philosophy promotes city government that is responsible to its citizens as opposed to special interests, transparency in matters that affect the residents of Oceanside, fair and equitable practices that weigh the needs of all community members, pro-growth and pro-business policies that consider the short and long-term objectives of the citizens and neighborhoods of Oceanside, and education about how local government works and how to positively influence the issues of importance to neighborhoods and citizens. I would like to encourage all Oceanside residents to join Action to help Oceanside reach its potential in a fiscally responsible, environmentally conscious way. Our next Action meeting is on Sunday, January 18th, 2015. It's at 2 o'clock. It's at Rancho San Luis Rey Mobile Home Park, which is at 200 North El Camino Real, and it's clubhouse number 2. And most importantly, I would like to thank all the volunteers that have worked their tails off. Literally, we have been working very hard for the last 4 years to make Action what it is today. So thank all of you, and if it's okay with you, Mayor, I would love to have our volunteers come up here to take a picture as well. Is it okay? Okay. Yes, this is Linda Walshall. She's the Vice President of the Manufactured Home Communities. Gary Lawrence, he's the President or Vice President of Rancho Del Oro Communities. And Aaron Warren, who is the Vice President of Morro Hills and the Coastal Communities. And Diane Strader, who cannot be here tonight, is the Vice President of the East Side Communities. So, all right, volunteers, come on up and take your pictures. Come on, everybody. I want to see the picture. Whoever can make it here today, please. Frank. Fran. Ann. Bob Markley. Come on. Sheila. There you go. You're crowding Gary out. You're too tall. Okay, there you go. Okay. Bob. Some of the sweet. No, up a little bit. Get everybody. Yeah. Don't count it. I don't even have to turn around. I know who it is.
Thank you all. Appreciate it. Thanks for coming up. Thank you. Thank you, Aaron.
Next, we have 2 awards. The 2014 Section Project of the Year Award for the Mission Avenue Downtown Improvement Project, and the 2014 Award for the Oceanside Carlsbad Coastal Rail Trail Project. With the following city employees, please come forward when I call your name. David DiPiero, City Traffic Engineer. Darrell Woods, Associate Traffic Engineer. Tia Cotter, Associate Traffic Engineer. And Nathan Lutz, CIP Manager 2. Okay. In October, Circulate Sandy awarded the City of Oceanside the 2014 Complete Streets Award for Mission Avenue for creating an environment that successfully mixed pedestrians, bicyclists, transit, and auto users. This award recognized the city's efforts in transforming Mission Avenue into a place that safely serves all people regardless of their transportation mode. The project demonstrated that a number of elements working together can successfully create a complete street. These include corner curb extensions, making pedestrians more visible, LED street lighting to improve pedestrian safety at night, wider sidewalks for improved walkability, reverse angle parking providing a safer environment for bicyclists, improved bus stop areas making it easier for transit riders to board and exit buses, reduced travel lanes without degrading traffic flow, enhanced landscaping supported by storm water basins, and decorative street furniture, making Mission Avenue a great example of how other forms of active transportation can lead to a vibrant street. In addition, earlier this month, the Institute of Transportation Engineers in San Diego section proudly presented the City of Oceanside the 2013-2014 Project of the Year Award for Mission Avenue Complete Streets. The award recognizes the project that significantly enhances the field of transportation planning and engineering through innovation and implementation of state-of-the-art design principles within San Diego County. Circulate San Diego also awarded the City of Oceanside the 2014 Connectivity Award for the Oceanside-Carlsbad Coastal Rail Trail project. The project contributes to the region's strategic goal of completing a multimodal, non-motorized trail from Oceanside to San Diego. This award recognized the collaborative efforts between the City of Oceanside and the City of Carlsbad in constructing a missing link key to the region's overall vision for the bicycle pedestrian master plan. In doing so, this portion of the coastal rail trail has improved the bicycling and pedestrian experience for the public by providing neighborhood connectivity between both Oceanside and Carlsbad.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'll pass the mic in a moment, but this is when our own city employees get recognition for these awards, 3 of them. These are pretty important and really says something about the City of Oceanside and what we're doing with the North County community for all of us. So when you get awards like this, I'm extra proud because it's coming from our employees being recognized from bigger and better groups throughout the state. For details, I'll pass it to Dave Depew, and he can tell some of the details, but I'll tell you what, I'm very honored, and the awards you see are pretty fancy, and I want to thank them from my heart for what you do to make it a better place for all of us. With that, will you take it from there?
Thank you, sir. Our mission has always been to enhance the quality of life for the residents and visitors of Oceanside, and I think we've done it with these 2 projects. From the picture you can see on the screen, we were able to reduce the number of travel lanes without negatively impacting traffic flow along Mission Ave. We also widened the sidewalks to improve the walkability for the pedestrians. We've improved the bus stop area to load and unload the area for bus patrons. And we also constructed reverse angle parking to improve and make it safer for our bicycle community. Now, I know there's been concerns about the reverse angle parking, so we went ahead and we put together a video that promotes and helps educate the public on how to reverse angle park, and I think we're going to show that right now.
Signal, stop, signal, stop, reverse.
Reverse parking is now in downtown Oceanside. As part of new development, Mission Avenue has been converted to a one-way street to safely accommodate walking and bike traffic.
Signal, stop, reverse.
Check your mirror, be sure to signal, and reverse into your spot.
Signal, stop, reverse.
So, signal, stop, and reverse park is new and exciting downtown Oceanside.
Okay, thank you with that. So with these improvements, I think we're seeing that we're revitalizing Mission Ave in the downtown Oceanside area. And this project was paid for with Sandag grant money and with redevelopment money. And for the next project is the Oceanside Carlsbad Coastal Rail Trail. Once again, with this project, we use Sandag grant money, Carlsbad matching funds, and in-kind service from the City of Oceanside. And we were able to, again, reduce the number of travel lanes without negatively affecting traffic flow, making it safer for all modes of transportation and providing connectivity to both cities along this corridor. So I'd like to thank Council for allowing these projects to move forward, Circulate San Diego and the Institute of Transportation Engineers for recognizing the great work we're doing here in Oceanside, and for the staff standing up here for their dedication, expertise, and hard work in bringing these projects to fruition. Thank you very much.
Let's stand, please, people. Thank you. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We appreciate your patience when you get to see awards and presentations. We use that time because we want to give back some thank yous to the people who have done a lot for Oceanside and North San Diego County for what they've done as a citizen or a civilian here working in the area and giving back. So thank you for your time. I appreciate your cooperation with that. We'll go back to the council meeting. And we're going to start off with item 21, please.
Yes, Ms. Kathy Michael may come forward this time.
Hi, Kathy. Anything going on this time of the year?
A few things. Honorable Mayor, staff, viewing public and attendees, my name is Kathy Michael. I'm with Main Street Oceanside, the Downtown Business Association. I want to bring up a few things. Thanksgiving is next week. We do want to remind people that Thursday is Market Day in Oceanside, and that tomorrow is a great time to shop for your last-minute needs at our markets for the holidays. We will be closed Thanksgiving. But the following week is like a really busy week. So, I forgot this one. The first item we have is December 2nd. We have our holiday mixer. It will be hosted by the Oceanside Museum of Art from 5 to 7. If you are interested, just let us know. All of our information is on our website at mainstreetoceanside.com. It's a great meet and greet, and where better to go but the Oceanside Museum of Art. Let's go to the next one. Pardon me. Then we have the holiday tree lighting ceremony on Thursday, December 4th. This kicks off our holiday gift markets. This is, I think, the 8th year that we have coordinated with Parks and Recreation for the holiday tree lighting ceremony. The Parks and Recreation Department will be starting music at 5 p.m. The mayor and Santa will come on one of our fabulous fire trucks down to the tree and will light the tree at 6 p.m. We have programmed a lot of family activities for that evening. We are closing Mission Avenue from Coast Highway to Cleveland. We will have a bounce house, China slide, tree climb, bungee pull. I think there's a zip line, carriage rides, and a lot more. And then that will go from 5 to 8. And then, of course, Sunset Market. Please come over to the Sunset Market. We have a motto there, why go to the mall? The market has it all. So we do hope that you'll come over to the market every Thursday, 5 to 9. And we have a lot of items there for your shopping needs, great food, prepackaged food, food to take home, food for the holidays. And of course, the day market will have some nice squash, fruit, breads, and of course centerpieces. So that's every Thursday in December with the exception of Christmas. We will also be closed New Year's. December 5th is our returning art walk, which is every first Friday of the month. There are over a dozen businesses, to include the Oceanside Museum of Art and Artist Alley, that will be showing art, live music, live art. They'll have some munchies and beverages. That's every first Friday of the month, with the exception of January, from 6 to 9 p.m. And then on Saturday, December 6th, our Zero Waste program has put together the Gift and Brew Tour. There is a website for it, OceansideHolidayGiftandBrew.com, where you can purchase a ticket for $20. You actually go on, load up on a bus right here at City Hall by the library, and they take you to 3 different sites where you can have a taste and nibble and also get some great deals for the holidays. Again, that's only $20, so it's a deal, from noon to 5 on Saturday the 6th. And of course, our beach service program, we do want to remind everybody that we will be open down at the beach with bikes and surreys, as long as the weather is cooperative, but knock on wood, the last few years it's been beautiful down there. And all the information about all of these events is on our website, mainstreetoceanside.com, to include a lot of other events that are happening in December. Again, that's mainstreetoceanside.com. You can sign up for our email newsletter. You can sign up to get our morning meeting reminder or look at our event calendar. So please check us out, and we hope to see you in the downtown. Thank you.
Thank you, Kathy. Mayor?
Yes.
What is Santa coming for?
Christmas.
Oh.
I put on my list already.
We're ready for Christmas tree lighting then.
Sure.
What's a tree climb?
It's called a palm tree climb.
I didn't know what.
We actually climb up the palm tree. So there's activities for all ages. We will have our regular children's area that night.
I've never heard the tree climb.
It's a new one. Yeah, we actually got an entertainment group from Camp Pendleton to work with us this year so that we could have activities for every age group.
Wonderful. Thank you, Kathy.
Thank you.
The rest of Randy?
Yes, at this time, Ashley Simpkins may come forward this time.
Hi.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, City Council. My name is Ashley Simpkins, and I represent the Friends of the Oceanside Public Library. On December 14th, Sunday, December 14th, we will have our annual fundraiser, the Holiday Home Tour and Associated Gift Boutique. It's our biggest fundraiser every year. Just a little bit about the Friends of the Library, if you don't know what we do. We raise over $100,000 every year and money that goes directly to the library. It helps fund books, it helps fund programs for both children and adults. I know that the children's program can be a godsend over the summer for some of the parents that appreciate our services, the library services that we fund. The Holiday Home Tour is a really exciting fundraiser. It's a self-directed tour of 5 beautiful homes that are decorated for the holidays, all in Oceanside. We also have some bonus stops. For instance, this year our patrons can go to the Surf Museum. Our patrons can also, this is new this year, it's really exciting, go to the Stone Company store where they will be treated to some free tastings. And tickets are just $20. You can buy them directly at the library, or you can visit eventbrite.com if you'd prefer to use a credit card, and you don't have time to stop in the library before the tour. On the same day as the holiday home tour, we do a gift boutique here right at the Civic Center Library. This year we'll have a whole bunch of vendors. We've completely brought in all kinds of new vendors this year that we didn't have last year, so it's a great chance to do some last-minute shopping for those couple people left on your shopping list that you just can't figure out what to get for them. You'll find something original, something new, something you wouldn't have thought of. We'll also have a whole lot of entertainment. A bunch of local musicians and performers come and entertain us while people are doing some shopping. And of course the silent auction and the opportunity drawing. You can get yourself a vacation, a nice prize, a nice gift basket. And so follow us on Facebook, OPL Friends, and you'll get plenty of other updates. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Next, Robert Markley may come forward.
Robert Markley, 200 North El Camino Real, speaking as a private citizen. In a couple of weeks, the City Council will get back to normal, and I certainly hope that shortly after that, the mayor will have his powers restored that the citizens voted for him to have. And also want Jim to know that if he decides to run for mayor again in 2016, he will have the full support of Action, plus every mobile homeowner that I have any influence over, regardless of who else is running. Thank you.
Next we have Susie Schroyer.
Merry Christmas.
My name is Susie Schroyer. I live at 276 North El Camino Real. And I want to thank all the Oceanside citizens who came out to vote. And to Mr. Feline, I want you to know how happy I am that I no longer have to deal with your ugly, explosive personality that gave me nightmares. And I was going to say to Mr. Kern, however he's absent, his power stick just got immensely less powerful. So I want you all to know I'm sleeping much better and I'm a more relaxed citizen of Oceanside. I feel that I can finally feel at home here in Oceanside. Thank you.
Next we have Ann Christian. And Christian.
Honorable Mayor.
Bring that mic down for you, please. Thank you, honey.
Is that better?
A lot better.
All right. And City Council. My name is Ann Christian. I live on Westbridge Drive in Oceanside and Peacock Hills. My house backs up to a shopping center where a bar is proposed. It's probably 8 feet from the back of my house to the shopping center. Of course, Peacock Hills, whom I am representing, Senior Community Association, is opposing this bar. We are fearful of drunk drivers driving through our neighborhood. We have a very quiet, safe neighborhood now, and we want it to stay quiet. Unfortunately, I'm afraid this bar would be disruptive. Also in the neighborhood, just steps from this proposed bar is a Montessori school, and a couple doors down there is a Taekwondo school. Across Temple Heights from the shopping center is Temple Heights Elementary School. We feel this is disruptive to the children. This bar will be open from 9:30 a.m. until 2 a.m. Monday through Friday, and on Saturday and Sunday even longer, 9 a.m. to 2 a.m. So this is at the time when the children will be there, when
seniors will be walking around the neighborhood. And the bar will have 2 pool tables. We'll serve beer and wine, and I'm sure that this would create some noise, and people, unlike the other restaurants in the area, people go in and they have a beer and then they leave. But a bar is for extended drinking. So we hope that when this comes before you, possibly in January, that you'll vote no and keep our community safe and quiet. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Lynn.
No further public on this item?
That's it?
No further public.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Clerk, item 23, please.
Yes. Item number 23 is adoption of resolutions approving and adopting amendments to the appendix of the City of Oceanside Local Conflict of Interest Codes for the City Council, Oceanside Small Craft Harbor District, and Oceanside Community Development Commission.
Thank you. As Mayor, I'll open this public hearing. Request disclosures from council members. I'll start with you, Jack.
Staff only.
None.
Staff.
Staff.
Thank you very much. Mr. Clerk, correspondence or petition?
None.
Thank you very much. With that, our city attorney, Mr. Mullen. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. I'll be brief. As you're probably aware, we are required under the Political Reform Act to adopt a local conflict of interest code. That document serves as the legal instrument to require public officials and designated city employees to disclose their financial interests. We are required under the Political Reform Act every 2 years to review our local conflict of interest code and to account for changed circumstances. So what that means is we're required to add in new positions that need to be designated in the code and delete those that may be outdated, and also to review our disclosure categories. Our local conflict of interest code includes the adoption of Regulation 18730 from the Fair Political Practices Commission. That's a fairly common practice by most cities to incorporate by reference that regulation. That identifies when the statements of economic interest are due. It describes the various types of interests that have to be disclosed and the various disqualification provisions. We also have an appendix to that local conflict of interest code, and that appendix includes all the designated positions that are required to disclose and the various disclosure categories. Tonight's amendment focuses solely on that appendix. We are proposing to add in new positions that have been created in the last 2 years, delete those that no longer exist. That does not mean that all new positions are added, only those that make or participate in the making of a government decision are included. To make a government decision means, among other things, to vote on a matter, to approve a budget, to adopt policy, to make purchasing decisions, or to enter into a contract. To participate means to negotiate the terms of an agreement or write specifications for a bid, or make a staff recommendation to a decision-making or governing body. The amendment tonight includes, as I said, just new positions that have been created in the last 2 years that meet the definition under the Political Reform Act. I have made some changes to the commission section that I'd like to highlight. I added in the oversight board to the former redevelopment agency, as that commission did not exist 2 years ago, or probably just was created about 2 years ago, right after we amended the conflict of interest code the last time. All the members of the oversight board have already filed their Form 700s, but this would simply make it a requirement until that body goes away. I've also added in the Utilities Commission. We did review all the other commissions that we require to be designated under our code. That includes the Economic Development Commission, among others, and it made sense to me that we should have the Utilities Commission and the Economic Development Commission treated equally. So those are the two commission changes that I have proposed, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have. The action tonight includes 3 resolutions, one for the City Council, one for the Harbor Board, and one for the Community Development Commission, but the appendix will apply to all.
Thanks, sir. I appreciate that. With that, Mr. Clerk.
This is a public hearing item. Any members of the public wishing to speak on this specific item to come forward at this time?
Mr. Clerk, I see none. With that, I'll close the public hearing. Comment to the council. Thank you very much. And I'll go with Councilman Feller, please.
Thank you. If this is kind of like when Jerry has said he has to recuse himself from property, is that falling under conflict of interest? So if you own a piece of property in the city of Oceanside, do you fill out a 700 form that identifies that property if you're not living in it?
Just to be clear, the city council, the city manager, myself, the city treasurer, planning commission, we're all covered under separate provisions of the Political Reform Act, so we are full disclosure individuals. So this conflict of interest code does not specifically address us in the code, in the appendix itself, because by statute we all have the full disclosure requirement. So Mr. Kern, yes, you're right that Mr. Kern does recuse himself on matters that would impact property ownership within 500 feet, as everyone else would have to. But that's pursuant to the political reform.
Doesn't affect the bond oversight committee or the utilities commission, or?
Well, I'm proposing to have the utilities commission with this amendment.
So you're talking about including them in the 700 forms?
Correct.
Yes, okay. And what's the distance on those from any?
Well, it depends on the action
Right.
at issue, but typically, for instance, on planning matters, we use a 500-foot rule of thumb.
Okay, thank you. I move approval, move adoption of all of the resolutions.
Second.
We have a second on that too. Deputy Mayor, your light went off. You want to talk? Thank you. Any others? If not, when we see that, please vote.
Motion approved 4-0.
Thank you very much. I appreciate everybody. With that, Mr. Clerk, when you have the opportunity, number 24, please.
Yes, item number 24 is introduction of an ordinance amending Chapter 29 of the Oceanside City Code by establishing wastewater user rate increases. Introduction of an ordinance amending Chapter 37 of the Oceanside City Code by establishing water user rate and external water provider charge increases. And adoption of a resolution increasing the fee for city waste services.
Thank you very much. And with that, as the mayor, I'll open the public hearing and ask for disclosures. So,
Staff, as well as we've had 20 or 30 communications from the public, somewhere in that general vicinity.
Staff and public.
Staff, emails, public, personal calls, and contacts.
Staff and letters of protest that I believe are on file, I've had a chance to review.
Thank you very much. With that, sticking them, correspondence, petitions.
Yes, we've received 30 correspondences.
Thank you. With that, Ms. Dale, good evening again.
Good evening again. This evening, we are holding the majority protest public hearing for water, sewer, and city waste service rate increases. This calendar reflects the milestones related to the rate development, approval, and effective date of the increases. Notification to customers consisted of a utility billing insert or a direct mailer. The notice was also published in the Union Tribune. Rates considered this evening, if approved, would be effective January 1st of 2015. Staff has been working with financial consultants from Carollo Engineers to develop water, sewer, and city waste services, which consider the following: that pricing is fair and equitable to all customers, that rates recover the cost of providing the service, rates are sufficient to fully fund the operating and replacement reserves, bond covenants are met, and there are adequate revenues to pay for debt, rate assumptions anticipated continued conservation, as well as rates continue to be smoothed and are stable in future years. Tonight's proposed rate increases are as follows. For water and sewer, we are both recommending that they be increased by 3%, and for city waste services by 26%. The city's sewer utility provides all sewer services such as sewer conveyance, pumping, treatment, and disposal. In the current fiscal year, the city's costs increased slightly as compared to the previous fiscal year's costs, and primary rate drivers for the maximum 3% increase include infrastructure repairs, reinvestment in the system, chemical cost increases, as well as a one-time cost to fund the sewer fund's proportional share of the utility billing system. I should note that the rates which appeared in the public notice as well as the supporting materials to the staff report have been changed. They were noticed for wastewater at a 3.25% increase in error, and the rates in the revised tables and in the presentation reflect the recommended 3% increase. The example bills on the following slides are not intended to be inclusive of all the rates and charges that are being proposed, but rather they are contained in the attachments to the staff report for your review. Wastewater rates for single-family residential customers consist of a fixed service charge paid regardless of the amount of sewer discharged and is imposed proportionate to the water meter size. This charge is shown in blue on the graph. There is also a flow charge component based on each individual's winter quarter average determined each 3-month period from January through March. Customers are placed into low, medium, or high sewer flow categories based on their winter use during this 3-month period. The following table shows a recommended 3% increase on all charge components for a single-family residential customer with low, medium, and high sewer flows. The existing rate is shown on the left, and the proposed rate is shown to the right. As with single-family residential rates for sewer, multifamily rates have a fixed rate component in blue and also a variable wastewater flow charge shown in red. Shown on this graph are example existing and proposed bills for multifamily units, first using a 1-inch meter with 4 dwelling units. The one in the middle is a 2-inch meter with 20 dwelling units, and the one to the right is a 3-inch meter with 40 dwelling units. This chart shows sewer costs of a single-family residential rate compared to other sewering rates in the region. Oceanside is shown in yellow, and in comparison to other sewering agencies, Oceanside is 65% below the regional average of $58.64. The city's water utility provides all water services such as treatment and water production, conveyance, storage, and metering. This fiscal year, the city's costs increased slightly as compared to the previous fiscal year, and primary rate drivers for the maximum 3% increase include local water supply development, infrastructure repairs, reinvestment in the system, water purchase costs, increases to the debt service payment, the addition of staff to perform maintenance activities, ramping up of meter exchanges, as well as a one-time cost to fund the water fund's proportional share of the utility billing system. This chart shows existing and recommended rates for single-family residential customers with low water use on the left, using 6 units of water per month, medium water use in the middle, showing 12 units of water per month, and high water use on the right, showing 24 units of water per month. All the water tables in the PowerPoint presentation tonight show the rates for the individual components for San Diego County Water Authority and Metropolitan Water District pass-throughs, as well as the city's variable and base costs, as well as the associated costs with the Clean Water Program. This is a chart showing existing and recommended rates for multifamily dwelling units, with a 2-inch meter showing varying water uses per dwelling unit per month. Again, this is a 3% recommended increase. This chart shows existing and recommended rates for commercial and industrial accounts for a 2-inch meter with varied water consumption during the month. This also includes pass-throughs, consumption and fixed or base charges for Oceanside, as well as clean water costs. Again, a 3% recommended increase. A 3% increase is also recommended for recycled water costs. Unlike the previous example, these examples do not include pass-throughs from the Water Authority or from Metropolitan Water District. The cost savings from using recycled water can be significant, as these examples show, which compare potable costs to the left with recycled costs to the right. The water rate recommendations include an increase to the fire protection line service charge of 3%. This is a flat fee and is the same for all fire service sizes. In this regional comparison, Oceanside is the third lowest water rate when comparing a single-family residential water customer using 12 units of water per month. We are only behind Lakeside and San Diego in the lowest cost for the region, and are $12.25 below the regional average for a single-family home using 12 units of water. And we beat Carlsbad. The city waste service rates are being recommended to increase by 26% and have not been increased since 2008. The city's waste service pays for the following: street sweeping, landfill maintenance, right-of-way cleanup, risk management, as well as code enforcement activities to support the solid waste program. This fee is not associated with the rates paid to waste management that were reviewed by council in the spring. Primary drivers for the rate increase include the one-time cost to fund the solid waste proportional share of the utility billing system, as well as to ensure revenues and expenditures remain in the black. Current expenditures exceed revenues by $377,000. The city waste service charge is a flat charge, and rates are proposed at an increase of 98 cents to customers on public streets and 92 cents for customers on private streets. The bar to the left on this graph shows the rate of $3.77 as approved in 2008, as well as the proposed rate of $4.75 to the far right. The rates in between the two ends are theoretical and are being shown to illustrate the impact had a 3.3% annual inflationary increase in the rate then adopted by council each year, essentially ending in the same place as the rate being proposed tonight. For today's action, staff is recommending that council approve the increase of 26% to bring the city waste services rate to $4.75. A 3% increase to water costs or water rates would bring an additional $584,000 in revenues to the water fund for this fiscal year. It would allow the water utility to meet the bond coverage of 1.4 times. It fully funds infrastructure replacement, debt payments, as well as increases associated with water commodity and fixed pass-through charges. It funds the utility billing system costs of $700,000, and it fully funds the reserves set by policy in accordance with the Government Finance Officers Association best management practices. A 3% sewer increase would bring in an additional $641,000 in revenues to the sewer fund for this fiscal year. It allows the sewer utility to meet bond coverage of 1.4 times. It fully funds infrastructure replacement, debt, and increases associated with chemical and sludge hauling cost increases. It funds the utility billing cost of $700,000 for the sewer utility, and it fully funds the reserve as set by the GFOA best practices. For the city waste service, the 26% increase would bring in an additional $408,000 in revenues to the solid waste fund. It pays for the utility billing system amount of $700,000 and brings the solid waste reserve balance to $5.7 million at the end of this fiscal year. Tonight's recommended actions, either taken separately or together, are to introduce an ordinance amending Chapter 29, establishing wastewater user rates, introducing an ordinance for water use and external water provider charges, introduce a resolution establishing city waste services increases, and direct staff to implement the charges. With that, that concludes my presentation, and I will be at sidebar for questions.
Thank you, appreciate that.
At this time, we'll be hearing public commentary on this item. At first, may Stacy Black come forth?
Hi, I'm Stacy Black. I live at 1232 Shamboard Court. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, council members. First of all, I'd like to say that I'm happy that when I turn the spigot on, that water does come out, especially living in California. I also want to say that I was very shocked when I got my first water bill here in Oceanside, California. I was used to paying like $35 a month for water and sewer, and then I think my first bill was $110 in Oceanside. So I'm not quite sure where the numbers come from, but it's quite a big difference from what I was paying in the city that I used to live in. So water and sewer seems to me too high. And if you take the approximately management mass, 65,000 households, multiply that by 135, you get $100 million. So does it really take $100 million to deliver water and get rid of wastewater? Seems like a lot. So rather than increase the rates for the citizens of Oceanside, I would recommend that you go back to the engineers of the city, because they like to solve problems like this, and task them to reduce the cost and such that that can be passed on to the residents of Oceanside. One thing is for sure, and that is that these rates will never go down. But if you have another council meeting and you propose that they go down, I'll bring the beer and pizza. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Chuck Rady may come forward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, City Council. It's been a while since I've been up here to talk to anyone. I want to say goodbye to Carrie. I was on the group that selected Carrie as one of the three to be presented to the city manager. He took her and he made a wonderful decision. I'm sorry to see you go, Carrie. Getting back to this, I have no problems with the 3% increase that's proposed. The cost of water is high, not because of what's happening, what the water department is doing, it's because of the pass-through of the Metropolitan Water Flow and the San Diego Water Authority. When Carrie came in, the wastewater portion was a mess. It may still be a mess. She had my sympathy, and I can understand why she is going off to another organization. I'm surprised she lasted this long. My only concern now is something that may have dropped between the cracks this year or late last year, and that was the method in determining what the wastewater rates will be with the 3 month serving as an example of how much water we're using as opposed to the previous 6 months. During a drought period, it's pretty hard to get down into that low end. I've been in the low end for 18 years or 19 years, ever since I moved to 22 years, ever since I moved to Oceanside. This year, I went from the low rate to the highest rate, simply because I fell outside of those numbers, those three months. I would encourage the City Council to encourage the water staff to reconsider the 3 month and please go back to the 6 month period. Also, during a drought period, consider what some of the previous managers have done. Throw that out for that particular year and go back to whatever the individual's rate was the previous year.
rather than take up any more of your time, thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you.
Next, True Lee, may I come forward?
Good evening.
Hi, can you hear me? Can you hear me? Hi. Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is True.
Pull the mic down more, pull the mic down a little further, so you can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So, my name's True. I reside at 239 Del Mesa Street in Oceanside, and I will be representing just myself as a resident. Okay. I am standing here just because I am concerned about the water rate increase. I have been a resident for between 2 and 3 years. I'm relatively new to housing support. But I have noticed just since that I've moved here that the rates have actually increased each year. And I am concerned that the rate that I won't be, in the long term, I won't be able to keep up with these rate increases. I have tried to maximize all of the resources available by Oceanside since I've moved here. I've gone to the El Corazon compost facility. I've taken the classes to, how to reduce just my carbon footprint in general. I've even reduced to the smallest waste bin sizes, trash can, recycle bin, everything. I've also enrolled in the Water Smart SD thing to have the water reassessed at my house. And as a citizen, I've done as much as I can just to keep all of my costs down. And I don't know what else to say other than I'm just concerned with the rate increases. I'm not sure why it keeps increasing. I love this presentation. It's so factual. I understand it. But at the same time, I also agree with my other resident colleague here who states that maybe we should find other alternatives other than always increasing these rates. And that's my only 2 cents. Thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
Next, Roger Limon.
Hi, my name is Roger Limon, and I'm a resident of Oceanside at 43 Avenida Descanso. I've been here since I was assigned to Camp Pendleton in 1993. I have retired since. I own my own home. And one of the biggest threats that I see is the water and utilities billing. It is far greater than the San Diego gas and electric that I pay. I've reduced my utilization of water resources to a bare minimum. I'm at a 4.9, I think, units. And I am at the lowest possible standard that I'm being billed for, but even at that level, my water bill monthly is in excess of $100. It's usually about $117. I have no yard to speak of. Everything has gone pretty much desert theme. I don't utilize water outside of the home. I don't utilize water as best I can in the home. I go to the gym for all, hygiene water uses for the most part. I do pay that gym fee, and so I take advantage of it. I don't know what else to do, but I think that if we just go on trickle-down economics and passing the charges on to the lower level could be reconsidered. I know that I have voted for the sitting mayor, sitting deputy mayor, and some of the council members that are seated and the ones that will be coming forward in the new election cycle. So I just hope that common sense will be brought into the equation, that you will look for alternative means of funding the water scenario. I know that in a trash concern, I don't utilize the recycling bin, but I'm being charged for it. I don't utilize the green bins to put green waste, but I'm being charged for it. I know one time there was a rainbow of colors, yellow, green, blue, and all of them were being charged for, and at one time you could opt out of those so that you could, just be billed for what you utilize. And I would strongly recommend that you, as council members, with common sense before, just passing down the charges down the line. Thank you.
Next, Michelle Castellano may come forward.
Good evening. My name is Michelle Castellano, and our company is Milano & Company. We're a cut flower grower here in Oceanside. I would also like to reiterate that we are sorry to see Carrie go. She's been a wonderful addition here, and we wish her luck. We're selfishly sorry to see her go. As that role changes and as the council considers changes such as water rates, I want to continue to ask you to remember agriculture here in Oceanside. And every time there's a water increase, that hits us hard, and every time there's a water increase, there's a crop that leaves the city of Oceanside. So as you consider water rates, residents obviously are hit hard, but we can always take shorter showers. We can water our lawns a little less. We have to keep watering our crops. I know when you look at the different rates, and we've talked in the past, that there is an agricultural rate that the agricultural users can opt into. Of course, what that does mean on the backside is when there are cutbacks, we're the first one to take those cutbacks. And so, though that seems nice up front, that's a pretty good big gamble for us to step forward and take, that at the end, we don't water our crop, we lose our crop, we go out of business, and agriculture leaves Oceanside. So I just want to keep reminding the council, and as this role changes, Carrie's been wonderful, but to remember agriculture here in Oceanside. I also want to bring up that there's also been talk of, in agriculture, making the water allocation based on historical use. And though that makes sense, we're not necessarily opposed to it. I want to remind the council that many, many years ago, we in agriculture were encouraged to use well water. And if you go out to the Morrow Hills Agricultural Zone, most agricultural operators do have wells and operate on well water, which has been helpful to us. So the water quality is poor. We have to blend it with city water. Most of those wells are starting to fail, and some are going dry. So if we are going to go to a point of looking at historical use, I'd like the council and in the new role to consider historical use, not the well water in there, because we actually have needed use to keep agriculture in Oceanside. Again, thank you for your time. A huge thank you to Carrie, and that's all.
At this time, any other members of the public may come forward to address the council for 3 minutes.
Mayor, Council, Jimmy Knott, 127 Sherry Lane, and part of disclosure, Vice Chairman of the Utilities Commission and Chairman of the Budget Committee. I first want to take and let everybody know that I went with the mayor, with the Councilmember Feline, Councilmember Kern, and went up to MWD, Metropolitan Water District, and pleaded for them to lower the rates, as well as the mayor and the council members, and told them all the facts. Every one of us did. And it only went on deaf ears. That's where a lot of this rate increase has come from. So we're just having to pass on what exactly that has taken place. And I have to say, there are things you control and there's things that you do not control. This is one of those times we do not control. Wish we did. But I'm sure that the public noticed that on there you saw street sweeping and sundry city waste services. And I know that's one of the biggest complaints that I hear throughout the city is accidental or emergency parking on streets sweeping days and the receipt of a ticket and a steep fine for such, especially for low-income individuals, families, seniors on fixed income. But I want the ratepayers to know that as the chairman of the Budget Utilities Committee, that there has never been one report given to our committee on where these ticket fines go. They sure don't come to our department there, in the water department. I've checked with the director, and she doesn't know. So there's a lot of money going into it. I talked with a few people today. And a number of them have received tickets, including myself. I've received a couple of tickets. And so this is a mysterious question that needs to be quantified and corrected. What percentage should be going to the water department? The second issue I want to bring to the council is that there is going to be a future possibility that the state is going to mandate, and I wanted to bring to your attention. And that's going to be lifeline rates. If the drought continues, there may be an establishment of a lifeline rate that may affect the budget in the coming year. Thank you.
Any other members of the public wish to speak on this item may come forward at this time.
Hello, my name is Erin Gilligan-Warren. I reside at 1241 Chambord Court. I also am a farmer. I'm from Gilligan Groves. I'm the neighbor of Milano's. And Milano makes a good point. We are farmers and we do grow your food and we grow your flowers and do our things in the neighborhood. She is right. We are coming, this drought, I don't know what the future is going to hold for this drought. We're hoping that rain will come sometime in the near future, holding our breath. But we are looking at rate increases, and if the state does get another level, and it's level 3 that she's considering, we will be mandatory first because we are on ag water rate as well. And we would be the first to cut back. That means your avocados are not going to make it to the market if we continue to be cutting back. That's going to hit a lot of folks. It's going to hit the market. It's going to hit from Mexico because that means a lot of influx from Mexico is going to be coming in. We really have to really be careful. I do believe that we do have to look at the rates again and to have like set rates for people who are struggling if they can't afford it or if they're in a situation where things are getting too high for them and they're having a hard time. Maybe we should look into a rate set program. I know that some of you don't like it, but I feel that might be something to go with because some folks that are struggling with jobs and everything, they're looking at the rates and they're going, well, gee, where am I going to fit this into my budget? So I suggest that we look at setting rates and making sure people can qualify for them. We can also look for agriculture into making sure that we're pretty good and we keep where we want to be, is continuing to growing our food and to supporting families with our food. So anyways, I agree with Castellano and Milano on what she said, and I hope we can continue that progress. Thank you.
Yes, by all means.
Roberta Roberts, I live in Oceanside. I submitted a letter.
Please pull the mic over so we can hear you up here, though. Thank you.
I submitted a letter, and the points in my letter were that I would like to see an exemption for low occupancy households with large lots. The city already established a precedent of granting some kind of exemption for people with large lots, but has since abandoned. I get different information out of the water department. I understand that policy has since been abandoned, but water you give to a yard never hits the sewer line. So I think it's better to allow an exception based on low occupancy of a household. I'm one person in a house. I have someone who helps me in my yard with 13 people. The amount of water that we emit to the sewer lines between the other house and mine is quite different. So my letter speaks to how you calculate the cost for the sewer flow rate. I think a low-person household should be allowed an exception so that they qualify in that low tier. I'm a farmer too, just not commercial. And I can conserve my own water use inside the house, but especially in a drought, when vegetables and fruit trees that I depend on, it gives me exercise, it keeps me off the road, helps me reduce my food costs. I have a different use for water. My water is going into the yard. I thought the gentleman that spoke about parking tickets raised an interesting question about where that money is. We received a calendar for half a year this year, and in the back of it was the water quality report. Who needs a paper calendar starting in June? We all have laptops, electronic calendars. I think that water quality report is very important. It should be in the bill, black and white. I think a calendar was an unnecessary expense. So while I watch my water, I would like you to watch administrative costs. The amount I'm charged for my water is 1/4 of my bill. I'd support increasing water rates if you hold down administrative costs. Thanks.
Any other members of the public wishing to speak on this item may come forward.
I'm Jim Thompson. I live at 1492 Dover, 92057. It is a retirement community off of Douglas Drive. We have quite a few people that are on limited income. They're retired, living on $19.90, $19.99, $98. They're not stretching out too far, especially in today's economy. Please, whatever you can do. Thank you.
Any other members of the public wishing to speak on this item may come forward at this time.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council. My name is Samuel Ramirez. I grew up here in Oceanside. I also, along with my father and my family, we were farmers at the Valley Drive-Ins. Most of you have seen that large lot that's there at the drive-ins. Because of the water rates over the years, we stopped farming altogether. We grew peppers, tomatoes, squash, you name it. And it was unfortunate because what little wages my parents were making at the time, we really counted on, farming. Present day, I have a wife, 3 sons. The dollar doesn't stretch very far. Some of them are in college, one in high school. Every time I get my water bill, I cringe. I have to remind my family, stop taking long showers. Dad, we're only in there for 5 minutes. I'm like, well, can you shorten it? Can you take a shower in the gym at school, at the college? It's getting pretty bad. I'm all for let's find other alternative ways and let's decrease the water rates here in Oceanside. It's really, really bad, guys. Let's wake up and smell the roses. Like most of the farmers here, you don't want to, force these people out. They depend on this. It's their livelihood. I want to continue to live here. I grew up here. Mr. Wood, my dad, rest in peace. He always spoke highly of you and said, that's a good man there. And that's why my family and I, we decided, we're going to stay in Oceanside. We grew up here. There's a lot of good people here, great council members. Let's do the right thing. Let's keep the rates down and maybe send them down even lower. Thank you.
Any other members of the public wishing to speak on this item may come forward at this time.
Mr. Clerk, I see none.
I'm going to close the public input and ask the water director to respond to some of those questions. So I'll close this public hearing. Before I come to council, maybe you can answer some of those questions.
I am. I'm going to pull up one of the slides too and speak to one of the slides.
Sure.
I'm hearing your concerns about water rates and how they're going skyrocketing. I do want to remind people that administrative costs and operational costs were flat for 2 years when I first started here, but we couldn't continue that without impacts to the infrastructure. We've done a lot in the last couple of years, as well as historically, to develop local supplies, which have helped Oceanside become lower on this chart compared to other agencies in the region. A lot of the reasons why water is so expensive is that we have to pay for the bill that Metropolitan and the Water Authority gives us. That's where we buy the majority of our water, unless we develop local supplies here, such as the water that comes out of the Mission Basin or recycled water. Oceanside is very fortunate to have the Mission Basin supplies, and believe me, that has really helped us over the years become one of the lower water providers in the region. The Water Authority has had some successes with the lawsuit against Metropolitan, and maybe the city attorney can speak to that when I'm complete here, but there is hope. I know we've had rate increases in the past that have helped us reestablish the fund for replacing our infrastructure and our reserves. And what I can say is that we foresee that rates in the future will be fairly stable. We're not seeing those large spikes like we've seen in the past. We have the utility in a very good place, and we're predicting that rates are going to be fairly stable coming out into the future. What helps us do that even more so, though, is more local water supply development, such as recycled water. And speaking to agriculture, I know that we've had a lot of conversations about recycled water. And it's in the department's plans to develop recycled water to get out to Morrow Hills to help agriculture stay in the community, but to develop recycled water also that is of a quality that you can use, because I know that is also a factor with using recycled water. In terms of the agricultural discount, the discount is something that is it is offset by other ratepayers in the region. It was something that was going away this year, and we advocated for that rate to continue at the Water Authority, and I know that it's going to continue for another year, so there is a little bit of rate relief there. In terms of the large lot exemption, we still do have that policy in place. We are not allowing new customers on the policy, and we are removing customers as they vacate their home. So if you've had that exemption in the past, you still should be receiving that exemption. Speaking to the calendar, the water quality report comes out and is necessary to be delivered to you by July 1st of each year, and that's why we produced a material that came to you in July. And although the calendar appears awkward because it is coming out mid-year, we have found that we have a resounding amount of citizens that appreciate the information that's contained in the calendar. We did consolidate quite a few outreach materials to make sure that the calendar was something that was worthwhile and spending money on, and it does actually represent a cost savings for us overall with all the outreach materials that we produce in the department. I think that's it for my comments, other than if you are experiencing some high water use, I do encourage you to call a free service that we offer, It's Mission Resources. They will come out to your home free of charge, and they will do a water audit, both inside your home and outside. They give you a very nice report on what they find and help you find all of the reasons why you might have high water use, whether you have a leaky toilet or faucet or something. And that number is 1-866-883-1332.
Thank you, Carrie. I appreciate that. Back to the City Council, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. First, could our city attorney respond to the question regarding the status of the lawsuit against Metropolitan?
Sure, that's a pretty complicated lawsuit. I'll kind of oversimplify it, but the case is broken down into two phases, and what was litigated in phase one was whether the rates, I think from 2011, that were passed through from Met to the County Water Authority were illegal. The Water Authority alleged that Met included supply costs in the transportation fee that was imposed to the member agencies. And that actually was litigated earlier this year. The court decided in favor of the Water Authority in that phase one portion of the case. I think that decision was finalized April 25th or so of this year. There's now going to be a phase two component of the case involving breach of contract claims that the Water Authority has against Met. And then I understand next month, early next month, there'll be a case management conference. Case is being litigated in San Francisco, and they'll set that phase two trial. Unfortunately, there'll be no appeal of the phase one decision, which I'm sure Met will pursue unless the matter's settled, until there's a judgment on the phase two component. So there is some hope in that the court has agreed with many of the key arguments that were raised by the Water Authority. But I think it's going to be a long battle still. And we're not likely to get a judgment, I think, for probably into next year, and then we'll start the appeal process at that time. And when I say we, I mean the Water Authority, and the city is a member of the Water Authority, so it's not the city as a plaintiff.
Right, thank you. There was one other question. Mr. Rady asked a question regarding calculating the rates 3 months versus a 6 month. Would you please respond to that? Carrie, what qualitatively would that be, would the difference be, and why we changed from 6 to 3?
The policy previously had been misapplied. It was always intended to be a 3-month average of water use. And so that was administratively corrected 2 years ago. The 3-month period is the industry standard for calculating winter quarter average. And what I would recommend with the winter quarter average, although it's not at issue with the rates today, is that if council feels that the low, medium, and high sewer flows are too difficult to administer, or the public does not want them moving forward, we could certainly in the future look at changing that rate structure with future rates, but that's not under consideration this evening.
Okay, thank you. This is a very, very difficult situation for us here in Oceanside, and I also grew up here, and remember it rained a whole lot more than it does now, and even remember when it hailed and even snowed. But along with living in what I think is pretty much paradise, this is our biggest challenge, this drought. This drought that it has no foreseeable solution in terms of ending and getting back into some kind of precipitation. What we have done, and I want to congratulate staff on this, is that we've moved aggressively forward towards creating more supply, water supply, and we are very, very lucky, blessed, all of the above, to have the San Luis Rey River and the Mission Basin. Extremely, extremely so. And what we have in terms of planning for the future and ensuring that we're going to be as responsive as possible and responsible as possible to our residents, our ratepayers, so that we are going to be able to develop these water sources far into the future. I had the chance to visit the Delta and saw the horrendous kind of results from all the pumping of the water out, and how important it is to recycle that water back into the basin. So recycling it through, and this is what I believe we're going to, be able to do, is to ensure these water supplies by making sure that our basin is conserved in a way that is going to be able to be there for us. So we have the recycled water project going forward. We recently had a workshop having to do with what to do with the Rosalina treatment plant, and we certainly were challenged by a private company which wanted to come into Oceanside and basically privatize that. Would have resulted in doubling our water bills. But what that did was get us to really focus on repurposing it, and so it's not going to be treatment there, it's going to be pumped toward the San Luis Rey sewage treatment plant. We're going to be able to realize savings in terms of having a larger plant to do it once, and be able to convert that to recycling. So we're going to be able to use it as a pump station. We're going to be able to do the purple pipeline, all of that, and that is keeping in mind with the goal of keeping these costs as low as possible to our residents. It has been very hard to see these grow, the water rates, and to see that it's because we have been in the past so reliant on the Water Authority and the Metropolitan Water. It's outside supplies. So what we've done in the past is just simply pass that cost, and it's the cost. There's no profit being made here. It's the simple cost of supplying that water to our community. Our goal is to be 50% independent, and I'm sure that we're going to try to even increase that so that we don't see the increases that the surrounding community will be seeing, basically starting even before now. So it is very, very difficult, but we have to, in going forward, we can't, this is a cost. We can't reduce the cost because somebody's going to have to pay for it. We don't have any independent fund that we can just tap into and say, okay, we're going to use this money, or we're going to borrow this money for now, because there is no way of paying that back. This is the cost. We can try to reduce the cost by developing these independent water supplies right here in Oceanside, and that's what we're doing. So we have a desal that we're looking at, our own project. The Poseidon, as predicted, is the biggest cost for supplying water. That Poseidon costs the most. And so since the county is using that, we definitely want to have our own supplies. So it is hard, but this is the cost of providing the water. And administratively, really what we're doing is we're trying to ensure that our infrastructure continues on to the future. So at this time, I'm going to move that we introduce the ordinances, adopt the resolution, understanding that we're going to do as much as possible to create these independent water supplies, local water supplies. And one more commitment that I have, and that is to our ag land, to South Morrow Hills, to our smaller farms that we even have within the city. And that is, as someone who grew up here in Oceanside, agriculture has been so important. There's no way that I want to see that leave. I want to see how we can ensure that it continues to be viable, economically viable. I want to partner with our ag land. I want to see agricultural tourism. I want to see that we are how we can ensure that our agricultural lands continue to be economically viable. So I do want to establish a partnership much stronger than we have. Right now we don't really have anything. Establish a partnership, and I'm looking forward to doing that sometime early next year to bring that discussion forward. So with that, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councilor Fuller, please.
Just want to ask you on the water rates, if the, oh, no problem. Okay, thank you, Mayor. On our water rates, if the rate is not improved, will we meet our bond coverage ratio?
Yes, you will.
How close?
I don't have those figures in front of me, but we will meet it.
So that's really not a requirement in these rates.
It's not a requirement of the rate.
Obviously on the water side, we have the good news in that we're at the bottom end of the scale, which is great. And would you attribute that primarily to our development of local supplies, or are we lucky as a city in some other way?
It is strictly development of local supplies that puts you in that lower category.
Mm-hmm. Okay, great. Yeah, I think that's certainly one thing the council has been unified on long term, and it's great to see that that has paid off over the years. On the sewer side, of course, we're unfortunate to be a little farther down the scale, almost right in the middle there. So what is it that, in your opinion, creates the difference between, say, what Carlsbad has in terms of their rates, which is lower than ours, versus, say, Encinitas, which is higher, and yet we're all basically hilly, coastal communities? Why wouldn't those rates be closer?
There may be several factors. Carlsbad belongs to a joint powers authority, so they pay into, or they belong to a wastewater treatment plant that treats for them, and they pay the rates related to that wastewater treatment plant. Carlsbad is also a fairly new community, so they don't have some of the infrastructure requirements that we have for replacing some of the older pipelines that exist. Having worked at Carlsbad, I also know that the replacement program that they have in place is much less robust than what we're doing here in Oceanside.
Great, thank you.
Have we ever allowed people to opt out of recycling since the first contract, which was 20 years ago? And maybe...
I may ask Colleen Foster to come up and answer that.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and Council. The solid waste services, so waste and recycling services as provided by Waste Management, are actually not compensated by this rate. But specifically in answer to your question, our city code actually has a provision that allows for a self-haul exemption. So if you were able to provide documentation that you are taking your materials to the landfill, as tonnage, materials, waste, or recycling to a landfill and the recycling facility, there would be an option to apply for self-haul, but that would require documentation due to health and safety reasons.
So the process is then, if the gentleman doesn't use those, then he must provide documentation, and certain things have to go certain places. So he has to document that he's taken all of his recycling to one place, all his green waste, and then all of his solid waste.
That is correct.
Okay. I think I think it's $20. That seems like a pretty steep chore. Although, I mean, I'm sure there's people that will want to do that. Do we street sweep on private streets?
No, we do not.
So the difference in 98 and 92 cents for private streets, that I don't get how that is the difference, because that seems to be, of the things that are listed, one of the higher uses on that trash end of this, the 26%.
That would be applied towards the discount of street sweeping service. Also, the waste fee that we're discussing today applies towards dealing with any type of street actual damage as well to street sweeping. So that discount would be because of that.
But that's what I'm saying. That doesn't seem like very much money in the fact that we're not street sweeping the private streets and we're not destroying their streets. Well, we are with the trash trucks, but you know, I'm not sure why 92 cents is the number that is why it's so small.
The difference is 28 cents between a public street and a private street per month. The difference you're citing is just the difference in the proposed increase before you.
Okay. Oh, I see. Yes, you. No, I'm looking at this. It's 3. Private. Okay, no, it's more than 28 cents.
Mr. Shepson, please.
Mayor, Councilmember Filler, part of the cost for the street sweeping services citywide, it's not just for the street you live on. We have arterials and collector streets to sweep that everybody contributes to. I would agree that what's the difference, like 6 cents, 8 cents, doesn't seem like a great amount, and maybe we need to look at that in some more detail. I don't think anybody really has the exact answer for you tonight. I understand the question, though.
Okay, so we'll look into that. Desalination is coming. How many gallons are there in 1 unit of water?
748.
And that costs us roughly,
off the top of my head, $4 to $5.
$4 to $5,
Mm-hmm.
700. So that's and that's potable water.
Correct.
Okay. So it's not Dasani, but it's.
Dasani would be more.
Code enforcement is probably one of the most valuable pieces of what we do in this solid waste, and I hope that we keep that up as well. I had one other question. We touched on the 4, 5, or 6 month review or drop-in period, or I would be inclined to go that direction just to you know, find out exactly what the wettest months are. I don't know that we're picking the wettest months, although it said in the backup that that is the drop period. So I'm not really sure that 3 months is the right number.
Before we made the administrative change, we looked back, I don't know how many years back, because I looked again for the historical data. I wanted to say it was something like 50 or 100 years. It was a significant period of time in which the rainfall was higher during those months. So it was backed by data, which I didn't have for you today, but know that we did some research prior to making that change.
There was one other question I had, and that is on the one chart. It's a 3% thing, and it's proposed fire protection line service. What is that?
That's similar to a fixed cost that all customers would have for their water service, except it is applied to those customers that have a fire service. So it's a fire standby fee, and it recoups the cost of sizing the system larger to store water to fight fires, and also to have standby capacity to serve a fire should there be a fire. So if somebody had a fire, they wouldn't be charged for the water, so it recoups that cost as well.
Okay. All right.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I'll try to make it brief, but I want to say a few things because this is a hot issue for everybody. I don't think there's anybody up here at the dais that isn't probably at some point in the top tier paying the most money for our water and wastewater. I know I am. I like the Lord. I've had some people come up from the city, like we have in the number that's up above once in a while, to look at my cost or whatever. I have an underground swimming pool, and it evaporates, and I put a cover on it, and I get yellow and mustard. It costs me more money, so it's kind of a catch-22. You got to spend money to keep it there. Now the kids are gone. I wish I didn't have a pool, but I have it. With that in mind, I have some concerns here too. Believe me, all of you in the audience that are at home, I don't enjoy paying these high rates either, but I know a little bit more behind the scenes of what's going on. By that I mean, since 2006, I think our water rates have gone up more than 100% because of Metropolitan Water District, which is Los Angeles. They give us that rate, and all the trouble they've had is the pass-through of water. We're going from point A to point B, they charge us for it. A lawsuit is just that. It's over how they treat us, what they charge us for, and millions of dollars. And I won't get into details because litigation speaks for itself, but they've wronged us, and that's why we're in court. That's cost all of us big money on a double-digit aspect of rate increases down here. A good example would be the last drought we had. Everybody in Oceanside did what they had to bring down the use of water. They did a great job. Every one of you did a great job bringing down the uses of water. What you got for that is a double-digit rate increase. You know, so you did a good job, and your payback was a double-digit rate increase for your water from Metropolitan. That lawsuit's going on, but it might go on for a while. That's what the battle's about. San Diego Water Authority suing them for moving water from point A down to here and charging us outrageous figures. They have no reserve money in the millions, and this city has anywhere, including investments. They have more than they need in their reserves. That's a big factor about what you're paying for. The other ones here, the citizens out there understand the water shortages. The latest ballot, Proposition 1, it passed. They were willing to pay billions of dollars for water in the state. You signed up for it, you voted for it, it's going there. Talking about our grandkids paying for it, I think my grandkids will be paying for the water rates in California unless we do something about it. I want you to know out there, I don't like giving rate increases. They're mandatory in the sense that if you as the citizens don't give more rate increases, you still get the bill. Who's going to pay it? The city's not going to pay it unless they cut services and people and whatever. So you're going to get a rate increase, and hopefully a minor one. The thing that a lot of people don't see or understand is you see the chart that was up there, where we're at. Way at the bottom for rate increases and cost for that water. That's because we get about 20% of our water, or close to that, from underground desal. Most people don't know Oceanside has desal water, has been doing it for years in our river out here. That saves us a ton of money and costs for some water that we're getting, That keeps your rates down. We'd like to go from 20% to 50%, but you know what that takes? A water facility would have to like double what it costs major millions to do it. Carrie and I and a lot of people go back every single year to Washington, D.C. to push people like Feinstein's, Boxers, who have a lot of power back there, etc., try to give us money regarding continued water and desal because they understand the problems of the state of California. They know it's the most precious commodity we have that's being charged to the roof. So we go back every year, at least 12 years, and I've been back as deputy mayor, and all of us go back trying to get more federal money to increase our ability to do local desal to get you a cheaper rate. However, part of the rate increases are infrastructure. 126-year-old city, not like Carlsbad. Things wear out and break down. The big problem is when one of them breaks. A break of a sewer pipe in this area can cost us millions in fines. All these rate increases in dollars and cents, all thrown out the window if we get a break, a main break in wastewater. We get a fine that's in the $1 million range. So we try to make that up by having water authority people and our directors constantly keep up on all the replacements. That does cost us money. So we understand that the water, and we go back to D.C. to get this on. Right now, what we have is a kind of pump station down in the harbor. Bring water up from the harbor downstream and the ocean. Combination of all those three waters. Because the cost in that getting desal is getting the salt out of the water. It's pushed through a membrane, pushed through by power and rain. It costs money to do that. We get the pure water, but then we have all the salt that we need to get rid of and where it goes to back in the ocean or somewhere else. There's a cost of living and a cost of making that water. You know, in desal, when we have an ocean right now, it sounds really wonderful. This Dale, an acre foot of water costs us like $1,200. If it's desal, what is it, about $2,400? I'm not sure, but it's about double.
It's a lot of money. It's a little less than $3,000. I'd say regular water right now is about 1,500 acre feet.
So we're trying to do twice the price. What the price is making that water that you can drink it. So as we're doing more desal, and we have been doing it, and Carlsbad's doing it, and Camp Helen is going to be doing desal down the road, it's twice the price of regular water. So that comes into play even though we have the water from the ocean. So I want you to know that these things that you look at and get upset about, I think we all do, including myself. Like I say, if you're in tier 3 getting the high prices, I get the bill in my water bill, it's usually in the 200 range. So it's not cheap for all of us. You get a high end, and I've tried everything on cutting that. But with that in mind, I want you to know a spill will cost us more than anything else if there's a break in the sewer system and there's a flood. And we get fined in the millions. Keep that in mind. We're keeping the rates down. We're really low. That's high to all of us, but within the area, the county, we're really low. So with that in mind, we're going back. We're blaming it on the metropolitan. That's going to take time. If that ever happens, I think we'll see our rates come down. As we do desal and other things, our rates will go down. And we fix our pipes and our flow systems, it's going to go down. But all of those cost money. You don't know it, but that's true, and it costs a lot of money. When I see a thing like we're trying to do a rate increase, we're not trying to make money for the city. We're trying to break even, just provide those services to you and what it costs us. And I think if you know that, so one of the rate increases and repair costs and weather, that's what we've built into it. I'm hoping our rates and everything will go down in the future. Like I say, we'll see. The state of California, you all decided to take millions on the top one. Let's see how that helps us down here or not. But again, without boring you to death, we're going to vote on this after we have the city attorney say a few words. Don't take it wrong if we vote for it, we have no choice. It's up here. Either we're going to have you pay for it, or it's going to come back to a bill in the city that we don't have money to pay. So after this long recession, we're probably starting to see an upswing. Hopefully things will improve for all of us. God bless you, and thank you for being reasonable and understanding. You know, this has taken a long time tonight because it's important We don't get all these emails every day on this issue, and you all that spoke, thank you very much. And a lot of you should have a survey at your house to try to bring your rates down and what you're doing at your house. And you have complicated issues about can you do something like the large lawns or whatever. Please, go to the water department and ask. We might have some issues that can be addressed to save you some money. Thank you all for what you did, and especially thank you. I remember the family. Your dad was a good man, and your family. I appreciate saying those nice things, but what it comes down to is a lot of my friends out there in Laurel Hills have stopped growing their avocados and other things because they can't afford the water to do it. Well, we are an agricultural area, but they can't afford the water. Mexico, Peru, and all these other places are taking over and driving our agricultural world into the ground. It's because of the water cost. Thank you for letting me worry a little longer tonight. Go to the city attorney, please.
Thank you. The motion included adoption of the reso and two ordinances. I'll need to title the ordinances. And just to clarify for the record, Mr. City Clerk, you have approximately 30 written protests, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so in the absence of the majority protest, this is an introduction of an ordinance of the City of Oceanside amending Oceanside City Code Chapter 37, establishing water user rate and external water provider charge increases, and an ordinance of the City of Oceanside amending Oceanside City Code Chapter 29, establishing wastewater user rate increases.
Thank you very much for that. With that, if there's any other comments, if not, please vote. Please vote. The public hearing's been closed.
Motion approved, 4-0.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We have one more item, if you don't mind. I apologize for the late hour, but this last one is very important to the citizens. I'm sure yours is too. But Mr. Clerk, if we may, I apologize. We have a 5-minute break for a bathroom break for some of us. 5 minutes, we'll be right back. And let me go. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We're running a little bit late. I do apologize for some of the people that are here for the last item. You saw the last one was very intense and people were concerned about the water rates. With that, Mr. Clerk, your convenience, item 25, please.
Yes, item number 25 is council member call for review, adoption of a resolution upholding Planning Commission Resolution number 2014-P24, approving tentative track map T14-00001, development plan D13-00012, and regular coastal permit RC13-00016 for the construction of 2 additional condominium units on a newly created third floor of an existing 4-unit condominium complex at 809 South Pacific Street, applicant Strands End Limited LLC.
Thank you, I appreciate that. As the mayor opens the public hearing, request disclosures, please.
I've had staff as well as been by the site, been by all the streets in the general area, and I did a tour of this building 5-6 years ago.
Public, applicant, staff, and have been to the location.
Staff.
Public, applicant, of course, the opposition to this, and I'm very familiar with the site, and this has been an ongoing. In fact, we just had a project come before us the last meeting.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk, more respondents and petitions.
Yes, we received 8 correspondences regarding this issue.
Thank you very much. With that, Richard, good evening.
Good evening, Mayor Wood, Deputy Mayor Sanchez, members of the City Council. I'm Richard Greenbauer, Senior Planner in the Planning Division, here to present the call for review for 809 South Pacific Street. As Deputy Mayor Sanchez alluded to, 823, 825, 817, and 819 were previously reviewed on a call for review by this body back on November 5th, 2 weeks ago, so I'll keep my presentation brief this evening. Won't get into the redundancy of going through each of the points for called for review because they're the same as the other 4 properties, and I'll just give a brief presentation on the project in front of you tonight. The entitlements would allow a partial demolition of the existing 4-unit condominium complex and creation of a new 3rd story. And with that 3rd story, they would place 2 more condominium units, making a total of 6. No reconfiguration of ground floor is proposed at this time, with the exception of the provision for providing 12 off-street parking spaces and the garage that is accessed off the Strand. The aerial that I provided for you this evening, showing the location of the existing facility or condominium unit with the blue star. You can see the massing, see the general character of the neighborhood as you move to the east from South Pacific to Tate, Meyer Street, showing a intertwined mix of single-family and a lot of multi-family, single-story, 2-story type development out there. So the application that is being called for review is an addition, but it meets the standards of the 1986 ordinance. It was originally built in 2003 under the 92 standards, which limited the height and the story count. When Coastal Commission came back in 2009, stating that we needed to implement the 86 in Coastal, it afforded the applicant and the property owner to move up and propose the 2nd or 3rd story addition. The points for the call for review, just a enumeration of that, was the community character, environmental roadway impacts, canyonization, increased density, privatization of public beach, coastal view impacts, alteration to the local coastal plan, and non-compliance with the mini-dorm ordinance, all of which has been reviewed. There's a large analysis prepared attached to the staff report. I'm available for any questions if we want to get into specifics on any of the points of call for review. The next photo I provided for you, showing the existing conditions, 2 stories, and the rooftop deck is viewed off of the Strand. Coastal access exists at Wisconsin and Hayes, north and south, and there would be no changes to coastal access in the immediate area. Next image I have is a kind of a streetscape showing the proposal. You can see the projects that came before this body November 5th, and you can see on the top view the look from north to south from the proposed project site down towards Hayes Street. The purpose of the RT zone is to accommodate tourists year-round visitor serving facilities and transient residential related uses to serve all income levels. This proposal would be consistent with that, staff's reasons for staff support in the manner that we did with the original approval. Maximum density allows for 43 DUs. This is significantly under the 43 dwelling units per acre. Maximum height 35 feet, 3 stories, which it accommodates. And then it has the minimum front yard setback of 4 feet existing, no changes proposed there. And our minimum rear yard setback being the stream line. I'm going to flip to a cross section showing the addition on top of the rooftop deck where the third story would be accommodated. You can see it's significantly set back from the string line as well as from Pacific Street. So the canyonization effect would not occur because you do have these increased setbacks on that area. Provided some, just for the public in attendance this evening, a couple elevations showing the existing and proposed. All the existing elevations on the south and east are on the bottom of the pictures. The top of the pictures show the proposal with the new addition. With that, staff's recommendation is that the City Council adopt the attached resolution upholding Planning Commission's action to issue a Class 3 categorical exemption and approving the tentative map, development plan, and coastal permit. And I'm available for any questions.
At this time, the applicant may come forward.
I'm David Fishbach and Paul Longton. We've been working on this project for a couple of years. Doesn't look like we have a whole lot of people here, but I know last time it got a little contentious, and I just asked everybody to be kind as we go through this. We may agree to disagree or have different analysis, but I'd just like everybody to be kind as we go through this. I wanted to pass out what was on the record. Paul has it. The coastal staff has reviewed 5 of these projects now because the attorney who has sent letters on this 809 and had these contentions, and the coastal staff has done a thorough analysis of each one and discredited all of the attorneys, and on the last 5 projects voted for the projects. The last 3 actually voted unanimously for the projects, feeling that they were an excellent addition to the coastal resources. I wanted to give you a picture of 809 because before and after on the left, and you really will not be able to tell the difference in the building when you're done. And if people visited, we did a similar on 811, 813, 815 that Richard showed a picture of, and you really can't see it from Pacific Street because we do set it back, and we also set it back from the west facing, so everything's masked in the middle, so it's not really visible from pedestrians or cars. I wanted to address some concerns, and there's a couple of them that Esther Sanchez and Jim Woods brought up last time. One of them is, and we did a disservice to the neighborhood when we had weddings there. We started having weddings there in 2007, 2008, but just so that they are fully aware, we haven't done weddings in any of the properties that we manage for 5 years now. And we're not doing any weddings. We've heard from our neighbors and adapted to that. And I presented it last time. I'll show you one. If this show up. We've adapted to be able to get neighborhood input to make sure that we're maintaining good neighbor relations. And we ask on a quarterly basis now, and we do it via email so they can vote. They can give us their name if they like. But we're addressing vehicles parked at the rentals, noise after 9 o'clock, responsiveness of our property management team, and the overall quality of our guests. So we have a continuing program to make sure we address neighborhood concerns. And the other huge concern, which is at the top, is the vehicles. And I've talked to a few people, and I want to, and again, this is not absolute, but if it doesn't resonate, because the majority of the clients for vacation rentals are during the school, when the school is out. Summertime, when Thanksgiving, Christmas, when the kids are out of school is the major. During the rest of the year, these vacation rentals, we are lucky to get 35 to 45% occupancy. But during when the schools are out, we are approaching 70, 72% occupancy. And I want to just address, my family is here. When you have, at our own owner-occupied home, you know, each one of my kids have a car, my wife has a car, I have a car, and we actually have a fifth car, you know, a big Suburban to take on vacation. So we have 5 cars. And we're not that much different, I think, from most families, and that's 2 kids. Other people have 3, 4, 5, but if they have kids who are 16 and older, they have additional vehicles. When my family, and Mayor Wood, when you took your family on vacation, my guess is if you drove to a location, you took 1 car. If you flew in and you took an airplane, you go to the rental car company, you rented 1 car. The other part of it is these vacation rentals, all the garages are open for parking. My guess is all of us, if we have a garage, and I'm no different, I try to keep them clean and cleaned out, but it gets to be, a 2-car garage, we can only park 1 car in it because we've gathered up materials. We also manage long-term rentals, and the situation when it goes from a owner-occupied home to a long-term rental home, we try to keep the garages open for cars, but it is very rare that we can get one of the tenants to actually not park their car, to park it in the garage because it's full. A few people don't use it for storage, and instead they turn it into a man cave, or they put a couch out there, they get a TV, they have a pool table. And they're parking their cars outside the garages. And actually on the vacation rentals, we're actually pulling them in to the garages. Hopefully that resonates a little bit with everyone, because when people go on vacation, they actually have a reduced need. They want to gather together as a family, and they have a reduced, they don't want all the kids to have their own cars to head out. Today I went by and drove by and had my staff take pictures of the block of 809. And again, I don't want to say this is an absolute, and not that we don't, but if we could show pictures, and they're a little bit hard to see. We did this with an iPhone with the panorama. Boy, it's going to be hard, but I'll see if you can zoom in on it. Because it's taken across the street, go to the on the right-hand side of that view, over here, you can start counting the cars to the end of the block, which is only 100 feet to the 809 of which we're standing in front of. There's about a dozen cars there, and if you go the other direction, looking south, from here over, there's another dozen cars. Now this is, and I made sure, I know I'm on public tape, so people don't think that I'm at all fabricating this. I've made sure that when I asked them that they verified that not a single one of those cars was one of our clients. All of our clients were parked in the garages. I also made sure, because we do monitor, that there's none of our staff who is parked on the street. And my staff knows, and I'm a little bit of a stickler, that if I see one of our staff parked out on the public way because they're cleaning the houses when our clients are gone, that they pull in the garage, because I do not want to take up public parking. I did have them take one picture today. You see the houses, maybe you can see this. the house, and again, you can verify this, and I'm not saying there's not one, but I have not been able to find a house across the street, one of those garages, which are mostly either owner-occupied or long-term rentals, that actually you could park a car in. They're all used, as I was stating, either for storage or for man cave. I did have them take one picture of one across the street, and that would be a normal garage along South Pacific Street. So hopefully you'll keep an open mind. And one is our monitoring, and also just the realization that vacation rentals or maybe don't have as much impact on parking as you might think. These 2 units will be 3-bedroom units, and they have a 2-car garage. So I don't think that they'll actually ever have, I mean, if you take my family and they even have another kid and a guest, they'll use up to 2 parking spaces, and they'd rather park down underneath and be safe on the street. Also, I'm going to make another point on parking. And this has been true as we've been helping partnerships and owners build vacation rentals. This is the house. It's actually a triplex right next door to 809. 809 is to the left. Right now, they don't have any garages, and that's frequent along Pacific Street, older homes. And there are 4 to 5 cars every day parked from those long-term renters in those 3 units. And again, I'm not exaggerating that. If that owner, and I have talked to that owner's actually chatted with me, did a vacation rental there and did the 4-car garages that I've been doing tandems, you would actually on a daily basis have 4 cars less on the street every night and every day. So again, I don't want to at all imply that there's not an occasional employee who parks on the street, and when I've caught them, I just stopped by to get some cleaning material. I'm gone within 5 minutes, like we all do. We don't pull in our garage, maybe we pull in the house and pull out. And not that somebody at some time is not going to have an additional car and park on the street. We try to monitor that. And I actually brought, if you want to see my lease agreements, none of our clients are allowed. We can fine them $1,000. And the neighbors who are across the street, I want to make sure that the public has access to the parking, and the public coming from the east part of the city, or my neighbors across the street have access for their guests. So they have my phone number. We send out these surveys. If they see one of my guests parking on the street, they can call me, and we will call them, and they will move their car, because otherwise they get a $1,000 fine. They're not allowed to actually park on Pacific Street. They can go to the public parking lot, and the city has developed some new parking lots within 2 blocks. So if they have an extra car, they're not to be parking on Pacific. Hopefully you'll keep an open mind and really think about this and take it into consideration. We did pass out the coastal, and all of the other things really, we've complied with everything. We're not asking for any variances, and we have been well received at coastal. So I'm open for any questions, or have Paul say anything if he'd like to add.
Well, what I might like to add, as a architect, I've lived and worked in Oceanside for 25 years now. I've designed about 15 residences on the Strand and another 50 on Pacific Street up and down. I was really the first when the new buildings were being built down on the Strand that the former mayor and Junior Seau lived in, and it was really a bright spot for Oceanside, and opened up the Strand to more building. I was part of the row homes up on North Cleveland and had half a dozen of those. And I just think that what we're doing here has been an equal gem for Oceanside that brings in tourists, money, property increasing values, and I'm real pleased to be part of this. Thank you.
Still have 7 minutes and 36 seconds remaining on the clock, so you can...
Is it okay if we reserve it for later, if we can address some other concerns that people might have?
No, Stefan. Okay. At this time, any members of the public wishing to speak on this item may come forward at this time.
Good evening. My name is Sylvia Medina. I live on 150 Robbie Lane, Oceanside. I approve this project because Mr. Fishbeck is giving back to the community and is a friendly person. I've met people at the Sunset Markets on Thursday nights, and they're from different areas of the United States, and they come and they come and stay at these share homes. And I'm not even during the summer, but during the whole year. And the number one reason that they come back to Oceanside is because of the weather and how our community is very friendly and open. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, Carolyn Klinger, and Sherry Mack, and Citizens for the Preservation of Parks and Beaches. Sherry couldn't be here because of a previous engagement. We agree with the Mayor and Deputy Mayor Sanchez's call for review and all the points that were brought forward. Mr. Fishbach can stand up here all he wants and talk about the parking, but you can't overload this neighborhood with all of these units, all these bedrooms, all these baths, and then tell us that there's going to be enough parking in these. Doesn't fly. Also, we just approved a water rate increase to our residents, so we're going to be putting in more people that are going to be using more water. And when you're on the beach, believe me, you want to get that salt water off. So that means a lot more showers. And I do believe a lot of these residents, which is fine, they have outside showers also. So we do not support this project. If it goes to coastal, we will also be appealing it at coastal. We support all the points that Councilmember Sanchez and I would have got forward, and also support the brief by Attorney Eric L. Schreiner. So thank you.
How you doing, Mayor? Deputy Mayor? My name's Pedro. I can actually say I was born and raised in Oceanside. Both my boys are also born here in Oceanside, and I'm a big supporter of what Mr. Fishbach is doing. I'm a subcontractor here, a small business owner here, and just want to let you guys know I'm not the only subcontractor he hires. The housekeeping and their husband, they live by me, but they don't speak English, so they're not comfortable coming here. So after this, I'll translate it to them, what the end result is. But a big supporter of the community and what David's doing. Thank you. Thank you.
Any other members of the public wishing to speak on this item may come forward at this time?
I just have a question. You showed that before and after picture. Is it going to be the same height? It's not going to be any taller. You're adding a third story, but it's not going to be any taller? How can that be if you're adding a third story? It's going to be any taller?
Excuse me, sorry. You're not on mic, we don't get it on the record. Let her ask a question, if staff can answer it, fine, we'll let you come back and you have time to reply. If you're not out there talking on mic, we don't have it on record.
But it's just that...
No, you go ahead, thank you.
It just looks like it's going to be the same height, and I just wondered, how can that be, adding a third story, it's going to be the same height? I just thought it would be taller. I'm just curious, that's all.
Staff can maybe answer that question.
Yes, I'll speak for Mr. Fishbach on that one. The elements that he's alluding to are for the elevator, stairwells to the rooftop deck. So the height is already there. Those were permitted per the 92, just as long as they didn't exceed 10% of the ground floor area. The addition would take it to the same height that those exist at right now.
Thank you, sir.
90% more blockage, though.
Any other members of the public wishing to speak on this item, you come forward this time.
If not, he has time to rebut.
Yes, now you have a few minutes to respond.
I have two other comments, and I'll put this up. At the Planning Commission, you saw Richard's look on the back of the building, which we had a heck of a time trying to grow anything back there because it's right on the ocean air. And we have been testing this out, and in the resolution we had to, add something in the back because it was too plain. And we have gone and done this planting in Kynar rain gutters that's just the first, this was 2 weeks ago, so they're new in terms of succulents, which are doing well on the west end of the building, so adding texture and some landscaping. The other one that I'd like to point out, I feel like we have done an excellent job of neighborhood outreach. Again, nothing against Carolyn or Sherry, but neither one of them are in our neighborhood. Neither one of them are impacted on a daily basis anyway in terms of parking. And I think it speaks volumes that we've done several of these projects now. There's the last 5 or 6, and the neighbors are happy. And I'm going to read one from one of the neighbors. And this is a neighbor who's, this was written June 20th of this year. When David first purchased the house next door to mine, I was apprehensive about the idea of having weekly renters coming and going. I thought the worst. Loud parties, parking difficulties, trash and cigarette butts over the fence, etc. But the reality was much different. David was a very attentive property owner. He gave me his personal phone number and told me to call if I had any concerns. He was true to his word. If I had a concern, the situation was resolved. I have had problems with homeless people camping out on my beachside patio. They often left a mess and in some instances were confrontive and aggressive. Once the property to the north was taken over by Dr. Fischbach, that stopped. I felt safer in my own home. When he was working on the remodel plans for the house, he shared with me so that I knew what was happening, and he assured me that the remodel was not going to obstruct my view. When we had to make decisions regarding shared space, he let me take the lead to make choices. He remodeled the property, which upgraded the property values for all. His maintenance crews were efficient and friendly. If I saw them doing something that I was not happy with, all I had to do was say something to them. They were efficient and courteous. All in all, Dr. Fischbach was the best neighbor I had during my 17 years residence on the ocean front on South Pacific. And she gives her name and number as well, Rochelle Campbell. So, I do feel we have great neighborhood outreach and we have a lot of neighborhood support. And hopefully, Mayor Wood and Esther Sanchez, maybe you'll take a little heart of what I've said for your, and think about it in terms of, the advantage of the vacation rental. I know we just talked about the water rate increases. These vacation rentals in our little company, on the ones we manage, so I don't exaggerate it, my wife did some stats on it, and this year, and continuing on increasing, we paid in $480,000, and we also pay the property taxes for these properties, and they also generated over $480,000. So it's almost $1 million, $960,000 of income to the city. So they are valuable, and also I'm on the Visit of Oceanside volunteer board, and Esther Sanchez, you've come and chatted with us, and Mayor Wood, you've come and chatted with us, and they've done some economic impact, and the vacation renters that these properties have brought on have generated another $32 million in boat rentals, surfboard rentals, skydiving out in the airport, sailing on the ocean, deep sea diving, and we partner with a lot of the restaurants here who again are happy to have some customers so that all of us, they have to have enough locals and enough other visitors, tourists, to be able to afford to have nice restaurants here in town. So thank you.
Thank you. Back to the council members and deputy mayor, please.
Each one? Did you talk? Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I was trying to find the number of bedrooms per unit. There are 4 now, and it's supposed to have 2 additional for a total of 6 units. And I believe finally found them. It's 9 bedrooms and 11 baths per unit, right?
The 2 new units are proposing 3 bedroom, 3 baths.
Okay, so there are 4 that have 9 bedrooms. Is that right?
The original construction.
4. Yeah.
You're saying 5 bedrooms.
5 bedrooms each?
Yes.
Okay, so 5 times 4, 20, plus another 6. 26 bedrooms, right? Added to the 44 bedrooms of the other 3. So what's that, 26 and 44? So that's 70 bedrooms in 4 units, 4 sub-sized properties, right?
Okay.
70 bedrooms. And only about, was it 20 altogether parking spaces?
Up
Was it
top.
20?
For each of the units, so you need to have the 2.
So there were 16 for 44 for the other ones that were just approved, were reviewed.
Okay.
So, and my experiences are different whenever I'm invited to an event where that many bedrooms. It's not a family, obviously. 44 bedrooms, not really a family affair. It's unless you have a really huge, all over the country. You don't have that many cars as well. That's my experience. You usually have adults. If you have kids as well, that's even, more people, great. But what I'm interested in is the fact that this is underparked. I have the same opposition to this, and in fact, what I have here now is now a cumulative impact, negative impacts, because we have that many more bedrooms, and we do not have a full-time parking manager. We do not have a full-time traffic manager. This again is where there are, no sidewalks, so people are walking on the street along with the cars, along with bicyclists. This is, as I will repeat again, this is the worst project I've ever seen, and I will be recommending denial of this project. Thank you.
Councilmember Feline, please.
Thank you, Mayor. I would think this would be the kind of project Oceanside would be lucky to have. We have a project here that's creating jobs across the board in a way that, in a state that certainly needs them. We've certainly been far behind the national recovery in terms of creating jobs, and since Dr. Fishback has been bringing these types of projects to the community, you have the construction jobs. Certainly, if you had to pick one industry hardest hit by the recession, it would be construction. We have the employees of his company who are doing the servicing of these projects as permanent jobs. We also have permanent jobs created throughout the community from the spending that goes on from the tourists who are renting these facilities. I mean, this just seems to me win-win-win-win. In addition, the city itself specifically benefits from the revenue we get from these projects, from the TOT tax, from the property tax, from the sales tax, from the spending throughout the community. Why is that a bad thing? The site is zoned for RT. It's not like it's going in a place where we didn't want these kind of businesses. If we didn't want them, we wouldn't have this zoning. So if this business is not acceptable within this zoning for the location, what would be? This is, I think, exactly what this location was zoned for.
Also, I have to observe there's no significant opposition to this project. Our council chamber here is basically empty. I would think if there were neighbors who were impacted with significant parking issues and the issues have been brought up as possible problems, that this chamber would be full. It's certainly been filled up on issues far less significant than this one. And on the other hand, we have community supporters. So it does seem that Dr. Fishback's program of neighborhood involvement and neighborhood communication has been successful. One thing, if it will help ease the concerns of the critics, maybe we can encourage Dr. Fishback to encourage the people who get those things that they can send their comments to the city as well as to him, so that no one can claim that he's only taken the good ones and the bad ones go in the trash can. Certainly we would want this to be an open process, and I think Dr. Fishback wants to do anything he can to be a good neighbor within that community. I think, whether or not people bring more cars than the location allows, if they're using the public parking facilities rather than parking on the street, that meets that goal as well. So it does not seem that the parking problem is insurmountable. And that seems to be the largest issue. And so I think all the potential negatives can be addressed, and that Dr. Fishback is actively attempting to address those issues, and that the positive to throw away the jobs, the tax revenue that we need for the fiscal challenges that our city's going to face. This is throwing out the baby with the bathwater, and I hope my colleagues would seriously reconsider their issues, and rather than turn down this project, make suggestions that will help make it work, because we are a tourist community. That's going to be one of the anchors of our prosperity, and it seems this is exactly the kind of project that will help create that prosperity. Thank you.
I forgot to mention that I wanted to incorporate all of my objections that I made orally at the last hearing, especially that this is a commercial project, and the standard that's being applied here is residential, and it truly is a commercial project. So the environmental impacts have just not been analyzed correctly, nor have they been even addressed. Thank you.
You made a motion?
Yes, my motion is to deny this project.
Thank you. I'll second.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Feller, please.
I'm not sure how you can come up with criticism of this if you don't even pay for your own house. So, that's very scary to me, to have somebody attacking somebody that's doing something that's so good for the city. All of the occupied homes and apartments on Pacific Street, with the exclusion of maybe one big one that's south of Hayes Street, that's north of Oceanside Boulevard, that has a massive underground parking, but even that is probably underparked. All the homes on Pacific Street are underparked. The number of bedrooms that are across the street and all the way to the corner of Hayes is more than 44 or 60 or 70, just in that short block. And none of them park in their garages, and none of them have driveways, except a couple in the back, on the back side of Myers there. Crossway, I think it is. Anyway, the home condo project, I guess you'd call it, at 901 South Pacific. It's Edgewater, I think. That's over probably close to 45 feet. And, you know, that's the guy that's thrown the most stones at this project. And the reason the neighbors probably are supportive of this is, you know, part of that is they probably don't want to shine the light on themselves for parking in the streets. You go north and all the streets are metered above a certain point, but there's parking everywhere by the people that already live on Pacific Street, and that's how it is all the way down. I mean, all the way down. If they live there, they park on the street, and it goes for both sides of the streets. It goes for all the Potter homes. Nobody parks in their garage in the Potter homes in South Oceanside. They park on the front lawn, for God's sakes, or you know, but they don't park in the garage. This is an outstanding project. If you they're changing the use on the third floor to residential as opposed to a big patio deck like they had for prior years, and I think it's obvious that Coastal already sees the value in this. It's residential tourist. It is not a commercial property. It's residential tourist, and that's why you know, you can call it commercial because commercially you have to handle it, but it's providing a lot of homes or residential areas for people to live in when they come here on vacation, and they spend $1 million or more, 32 million. You know, you're not the only vacation rental place in town. There's a lot more densely occupied places than yours that are vacation rentals, and so I strongly support this project. I think this is a witch hunt from people that you know, they just don't understand that the free market works and get out of their way. So I oppose this motion 100%.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We'll come to vote in a little while. I want to say a couple of things to the doctor. Number one, you addressed some of the concerns I had in the past regarding parties, weddings, whatever. I appreciate that. However, it really comes down to what I've gotten feedback from other people, the deputy mayor and myself. Look at that. I've been here since 1955. I've been in the beach area down there. Anywhere in the California beach area, parking is premium, and it really is one of the biggest issues. It was a problem when you first started down there, it still is. And I've had my two cohorts here. Let me say at my house or their house where they live, would they like the next door neighbor have 44 rooms in their house next door, or even higher to a couple of houses there next door had 70-something rooms in their houses? That's the approach I look at it. It seems to be over the max without parking. I'm certainly concerned with that. That's why I agreed to go on board with the deputy mayor and pull this forward for review. At the review, I get to get a lot more information because I didn't go to the planning commission. I just get feedback. It's for all of you here. Yes, there's an economy out here. You're giving jobs, you're doing things. But really, when you sit down and listen to this, I want to tell you this. If my house was at the beach and you were building a place next door that had 20-something bedrooms, or the next couple of houses over had a total of maybe 70 bedrooms, I would be highly concerned about, number one, the crowds, the noise, and everything comes with it. I know you have regulations. You're just still going to be concerned about it. Adding to that, this is a street that always has a parking problem, especially in the summer. And to add that many rooms to it is not advisable. It'd be like in your neighborhood finding out your next door neighbors decided to build a hotel next to your house. And of course the hotels are mandated to have enough parking. So I have my concerns and I want to make sure you all understand it. This seems to be excessive for what we're doing down in that area. Not just this project, but when we talked to at the last council meeting and others down the road. I think somebody higher up than, I guess, us are going to have to address this issue. To me, it seems to be excessive, and I don't think there's many people out there watching on TV that want this many bedrooms for rental next to their house or even down the street. So that's my concern. It's not so much whether it's a bad project, it's just this is way over the board for living quarters. Now, since the last council meeting, I've talked to people and I said, we got 3 units here that have 44 bedrooms. Would that bother you? And the answer's always been yes. Now I go tonight and add this to it and I ask people out there, regular Joes, and said, this is the next door, but this is something accessible and accepted to you, let alone at a beachfront property that has poor parking anyhow. All I've gotten back is no's. So with that in mind, it's not that I don't like the gentleman or what he's doing. It comes right down to this is just not acceptable. I don't care. My council members, if he said this is going to be next to your house, I think I'd have a different opinion from them. So with that in mind, I'll leave it open. Let's please vote.
Motion fails, 2-2.
Susan?
Colleen, no.
Please.
Okay, so the City Code 2.1.34 provides that a tie vote or a vote lacking the required number of affirmative votes shall constitute no action. The matter voted upon remains before the council subject to further council consideration. So if the City Council, as it's the case now, unable to take action on a matter before it because of a tie vote or the lack of the required number of votes, the City Clerk shall place the item at the next regular meeting of the City Council for further consideration.
Thank you very much. If I may, Mr. Clerk, have we covered everything? I'm sorry, we're busy all night. I think I have.
Yes, you have.
Thank you very much. With that, ladies and gentlemen, I appreciate your time, your input, and I'm going to adjourn this meeting to December the 3rd. That's a Wednesday at 2 p.m. Thank you very much. Oh, no, before. Adjourn to 2 p.m. That's great. And would it be 4 p.m.? Okay, well, I have that, but I thought I had it afterwards, remember? 4. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm sorry, the time on that for next December 3rd is 4 p.m. We're not having a closed session at the beginning. Thank you very much.
I'm going to be on December 3rd. I'm going to be coming forward with a couple of things that I think are timers of the essence. One of them is to correct the process of the amendment.
Another time, and check that. Except I haven't been sworn in, so we can talk to them. I don't know if this guy's here, Anna. Okay. Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. Here's my card.
Oh.